Bear with us momentarily while we do the setuping things.
What do you mean?
We're gonna need to adjust the camera.
Oh, Colin, I believe in you.
Because it's looking pretty rough right now.
Hi, friends.
Roll.
In case you're wondering what a big green screen we have, this is how big it is in order to fit all of us.
Make sure that it's heavily biased towards your side.
The other way towards you.
You're gonna want to rotate the TV as opposed to
Yeah, or you can pull it. No, I would just pull it there towards you.
pull
Like,
the TV.
Yeah, pull the whole thing. And then I'll. This.
Stop.
Stop. Yeah, because it's normally like right there. And then you turn the TV this way. I believe in you. Right? Is there any space between that? Oh, it is.
Let me pull up our painting scene. Sir. Go and sit down.
Oh, really?
Go ahead and sit down. Because how are we going to get you in there? Bruh. Are you in there?
That should be fine.
Doo-doo-doo-doo. Hello. Good morning.
Hello?
Good morning.
Is it me you're looking for? I'm trying to find like a...
Apologies for the rough start today.
Trying to find like a cute snake person that I can pull inspiration from.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where are we?
We get a little more rapid. Is that a possible thing? Is that a cropping thing or?
I think this is also this thing. Who's that? Yeah. What do you think?
Looks alright. My camera cutoff is this corner. The camera cutoff on that side is that. And that is where we exist.
What if we just move this way?
What do you mean? No, we intentionally have it cropped up.
Oh. Cool. Cool beans.
Because Colin tends to float more towards the edge.
Yeah.
I'm a floater.
And the first time that we streamed, Colin
Oh
was cut
yeah,
off
you were
most of the
doing
time.
that thing.
So we made an adjustment.
And do we have music?
I believe we do, yes.
Cool.
Hold on. Give me 25 seconds, because I started something stupidly without finishing the first thing first.
You're fine. Ew, they're kind of gross.
Do not insult us.
No, I specifically an albino corn snake. They're kind of cute, but they're also kind of gross. I think I'm gonna make this guy into that kind of snake. Is why it's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe he'll be cute.
I'm hoping. Oh crap! Do we have blue?
I do not.
Go get the glue.
I would love that.
So as far as music goes, music is currently playing. It is coming through on the stream. Couldn't tell you why it's not coming through on the TV though.
Is it going through stream output at the very bottom?
So it does.
Cool.
Heck yeah! Also, the mic is kind of angled upwards. Probably want that more angled towards us, right?
Yeah.
So there we go.
You know how long this takes to glue?
The glue dry is very like within 10 to 15 seconds or less, usually.
Your boy has been sealed. Signed, sealed, delivered on yours. Oh, do we have paper towels?
Give me a second after I glue this. And then I can go get them.
An idea of who I'm painting. These two. You know what color I've been sorely misrepresenting lately?
What? Purple?
Olive green.
Oh, that's a good one.
Got a couple of nice, like, shadowy olive green cloaks. Hello, Grimzer.
Hello.
Hello. I know. It's like reacting to the darn
Blue.
super glue. Yeah, don't sniff glue, y'all.
Very fair.
How are ya? How's your stream going? How's your new PC? Now that you're freaking week into it? Week and a half? Alright, I'm gonna let this bad boy glue. And then I will go grab another mini. While that one is gluing.
You want to grab the paper towels while you're up there?
Yeah.
That'd be sick.
Sick, nasty.
What about the ones that are on the whatchamacallit right there? Those are probably good enough for us.
There's some
The ones that are on next to the TV up here on my plate.
Yeah.
You want to grab the other one too?
Yes, sir.
I just realized what I'm missing. I'm missing the mini holder thing.
Mhm.
Make it so much easier.
Want me to grab that? Yeah. Reed, things have been really rough until last night. What was your epiphany that happened last night? So historically in like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, garb that they would wear, and I'm not talking like samurai, I'm talking like when, forget the word. They had like little plaques of wood that made their armor in the front.
Okay.
Oh, I wish I knew the word for it. At least even the word for the armor. I want to know what I'm talking about, Colin.
You're talking about those, like, the wooden plated kind of armor thing?
Yeah, but it didn't look like wood. It looked like something else. And I don't know if it's like bamboo or if it's like, because it's kind of bamboo-esque. I wish I knew more about stuff like that.
You gonna try and paint something that looks like that? Is that why you're asking?
Yes. Got something that I would like to I would like to at least get their tone to match the thing that I'm thinking of, but
One of my good friends I haven't hung out with in a hot minute hung out, and then we spent the night on the call with each other. That's super cute.
I actually just recently did that with a streamer friend of ours. That me and Pariah stayed up until 4 or 6. One of the two.
What time?
Just hanging out, getting to know him, chatting. Me and TexasTibbers used to fall asleep on Skype every night together. Just like talking till no one knows. But yeah, I've had some of my snores were cute. Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
That's how I feel about my dogs. Like, they sometimes can be annoying, but like for the most part, whenever I hear them snoring, I'm just like, that's so cute. That's how you know that's like blind love. Or like appreciation that you actually care about that person. Because if you hear them snoring and you're like, oh my gosh, shut up, you're so annoying, you know, then it's like there's not as much pure love. So our mothers earlier. What?
It's useful to be able to see the thing you are painting, yeah?
Yes. We just want to first time you've ever done that. Oh my gosh. You've started, I'm telling you. It's a thing. I did that for 4.5 years long distance. It's adorable. My roommates sometimes hated it. If I had roommates. Let's hope.
No, you ain't.
Well, it just wasn't even that. It was just like, yeah, I think that's what I do. I like that idea. I think that's what I'm gonna do. What you gonna do without it? I'm gonna get. Hello, Gecko.
Hi, Gecko.
How are ya? Hi, how are ya? Nice to meet ya. It's gonna be no future. Okay, here's my thing. I think Matt Mercer is super cute. Like, very wholesome human personality.
I love him.
Okay.
But what is his flaw? Like, I know you don't know him personally, but like, what's the catch? Because like people, it's like, you know that being with Terry Crews is gonna be exhausting, you know, because he's got a lot going on in his life. It takes a lot to have that and be that and do that. So what's Matt Mercer's thing? Also, I'm good. How about y'all? I'm good, man.
Great chilling.
Woke up today. It's a good day.
Obviously, I don't know. So it's pretty much all guesswork.
Yeah, it's all guessing.
So I'm kind of guessing that he's probably not hard enough on people that need to hear it. You know? Like, that's definitely a flaw. People are like, if they're nice and gushy all the time and not, you know, not willing to like do the hard thing that needs to be done,
Do you
kind of
think
thing.
he has a problem saying no, or do you think he,
that probably too.
or do you think he has a problem telling people what they need to hear?
I think that second one. I think it's really hard for him to hurt the feelings of other people, and oftentimes telling people what they need to hear is hurting the feelings of other people.
Okay.
That's my guess, at least. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, unless you're friends with him.
Yeah. He's all someone who's got a shit ton of stuff going on all the time, so, like, it's hard to tell how, like, I don't know. His friends seem really close and personal with him, so it's hard to make a judgment call, like, oh, he doesn't have enough time to really, like, really deep dive, get to know people. That seems unlikely, I guess, but that's what I would assume if someone in his position, right? You just got so much stuff you're managing all the time.
Also, I can't actually pierce the top of this by myself without a hammer. So I just took the top off and got a little bit out.
Yeah, that's what I always do with that one.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, careful.
She is one of my... Wait, she is one of a handful of my friends who really takes good care of me. That's nice to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's really nice to
And then also some really exciting news. My Stimmy rebate just hit. Nice.
That's Jimmy.
Congratulations. What are you going to do with your newfound savings?
I'm gonna invest in a low-cost index fund and a Roth IRA.
Dogecoin. Diamond hands, diamond hands.
Diamond hands.
Y'all play too much.
No. Too much rust, am I right?
Oh man. Do we want to become famous, y'all?
Nope.
You don't? Okay, honestly, I need to know.
I really don't. It sounds awful.
It does sound awful. Let me get that mouse so I can tell you if I want to go to become famous or not.
Proceed to becoming famous? This man's cloak is fucking with me.
You're gonna wait a bit and get VR.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, how do you like your VR after having it for a while now? What do you think about it?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, you.
Dude, I haven't had any time to play.
Yeah.
Every Saturday I think about playing. I'm usually doing something, and then I'm trying to find a setup to where, like, it's a bitch to set up currently. It's actually just like super like time consuming, and I just haven't like. But I did just set aside time so that I could actually do it more.
Cool.
Which is really nice, and I'm pretty excited about it.
You just gotta get past the excitement of going kayaking and playing sand volleyball to actually let yourself
Yeah, I mean,
VR.
and that's the thing, like, I'm not that mad about not playing VR currently, because I'm doing other stuff that I like equal to or more.
Frankenquest.
So, but to answer your question, is like, I like it when I'm doing it, it's just streaming it is taxing currently, which is why I'm currently in the works / thinking of ways to make it a little bit easier to stream.
Cool. Very cool. Very
It's cool.
nice.
I'm excited about it. But also, I haven't really gotten to explore a lot of like actual VR stuff.
I mean, you
Because-
basically only put like 3 or 4 hours into it.
Yeah, and also like it's the same thing with the original discussion as like I'd have to get past playing Beat Saber to actually explore VR stuff. Cause like I could play Beat Saber for freaking ever and be fine, and like that's my existence in VR.
Do you have much of an interest in like doing VR chat and stuff?
You know,
Or not
so
so much?
yes and no, but like at the same time, there's a lot of weird stuff that
Yeah.
can come from that. So it'd be like a personal time, not necessarily streaming VR chat. Because also there was recent updates to the Quest, which is what I use, and I haven't even had time to read the updates. But apparently it was a pretty large update
Okay.
for streamers. And I've got it on my like to-do list to read. I'm hoping that gets rid of maybe some of the setup or maybe the chat problems. Like, yeah. So it's definitely weird because it's more to do with like, I want to be able to set up a green screen and do mixed reality because as a viewer, I can't even play back my own stuff to watch it unless it's mixed reality, which is meh.
Doubt this is a first, but would you like to give this a proper send off?
Okay, bye. Did I put it somewhere else? Oh my gosh. Dark highlights is a very popular color.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's the brown.
He's the brown.
VR chat streaming is very tricky indeed.
Yeah. Well, it's not, I don't know. So the thing is, it's not even about like the actual setup. It's like, I've got it, it works, it runs, I can stream it, it's no problem. It's the problem is like, I can't control what other people say and do a lot of times.
Yeah, that's kind of what makes it so tricky.
Like, I also would like, I could do IRL streaming, no problem, because I go and do a lot of stuff. But at the same time, that can be so... Here's the asking for it.
Yes.
You're just playing with fire at certain points. There's so much you cannot control. When you add so many variables in the mix, it's just like, ah. I just wish people were decent human beings. Wireless PC connection. I mean, you can connect wirelessly though if you have a capture card or if you have a Chromecast. You can, like, that's what I did to do wirelessly. for Quest 2. So that's another thing is like I can do a wireless cast from Quest 2 without issue. And I can do a mixed reality without issue with a cord. But it's kind of still limited. You can't do both of those and have chat up at the same time currently with a Quest 2. Now, unless it's come out in a recent update, which is completely possible.
Mm-mm.
That's what I want.
Oh, tell me what you want, what you really, really want.
What a foot. I don't think I want this. Also, why did this get mixed in? Here we go.
Probably my fault.
No, you're good. I got you. There's gonna be an update, so you don't need to.
That's good. That makes it a lot more accessible. Which will in turn give it more support online.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I got the Quest 2 and not another VR headset, because I want to all the new content, new updates, new software, new games and stuff they're going to be releasing for the Quest, and it's going to be actively being worked on and troubleshoot. Shift. Like, doubt there's going to be a whole lot of backwards compatibility with stuff like that. I'm really excited about this mini. I was not planning on painting. What are y'all painting currently?
I am painting a furnace.
Oh, you actually are painting it.
Yeah, shut up.
I'm currently painting two druidy wizardy boys who both have the same staff, so that means that they're best friends.
Are those one of those like dual guys pack from the Wizards of the Coast stuff?
Honestly, I can't tell you.
Fair.
I know I have a lot of those that have come in the like 2 people packs. I don't feel like these two did, but they might have. Because they do have the same staff. They do be having the same staff though.
I love that they started creating like miniature packs that have like, oh, this is my combat version. This is my sneaky version.
Mm-hmm.
This is my, like dressed up. And they have like, you can have your character just like in multiple outfits. I think
Yeah.
that's super cool.
It is pretty great. Olive drab, huh?
Tell you about you.
Lady Gaga, but she's actually Baba Yaga.
No, I hope not.
You're just like walking through the woods and just hear like a "Come to Baba."
Oh my gosh. And you
So-
aren't on TikTok, or you are? I need to know.
Waiting for someone to run some Feywild shit.
Dude, I want to see them release some Feywild shit. I'm not gonna lie, because I mean, Feywild stuff is inherently best, like to like kind of play it more by the seat of your pants,
Yeah,
just because that's how the Feywild is. But also, I want to like hear more about what Wizards thinks the Feywild is, because like I have a like really I don't know if hostile is the correct word, but it's somewhere in that field.
Yeah. I
Like
also
a hostile feeling to the Feywild.
What do you mean? Like as a player?
You
As a-
mean that like you see the Feywild as a hostile place?
Yes.
Yes.
I think you need to be just as careful in the Feywild as you are in the elemental plane of fire. It's literally the same like level of danger, or in the 9 hells.
Yeah.
Like you're in the same amount of danger, but it just because the danger is flavored to be cute, and there are some cute things there, like that doesn't mean that there aren't also you know, like murder gnomes that kick your shins in and then
That is my
bathe in your
thing,
blood.
too. I was like, the Feywild is like a glammed up, less gory version of like Saw movie or something. I don't know. Like everything's a fucking trap. Not that I've seen Saw movies, so I wouldn't really know. But...
Okay, so I get that. Like, Disney movies are just Grimm's fairy tale, like Grimm fairy tale stories.
And I'm not saying that like there's no good things in the Feywild, right? But the things that are more likely to interact with players in most instances, I feel like, are going to tend to be those more negative things. And it really depends on like how they get to the Feywild too. Like if you follow a dryad through one of their portals or something, like you're probably going to be okay if the dryad likes you, because it's going to take you to a place that like is somewhat under control. But like if you just happen to walk through a forest and like end up in the Feywild on accident, you're probably in some trouble.
Excuse me for a couple of minutes. My burrito is here.
Burrito.
I believe in you. I have a question. Do you have tiny scissors?
Yeah, I mean not tiny, but I have scissors that are.
I would
sharp
love
pointed.
to borrow some scissors if you got any. Whenever you come back.
I'll bring over. I don't know if they're but that's
But like the encounters that I imagine in the Feywild are definitely like they're like the campfire, and they're very much like filtered through like Critical Role lens, because that's the only real Feywild content I've ever consumed, where it's like I imagine the campfire that like if you go to rest at it, like you're trapped there for eternity and like dancing and telling campfire tales until you like rot away or whatever. Or the shoes, that the dancing shoes that never stop dancing, and if you put them on you can't take them off. Or the theater that if you like go to the theater, like you go to the theater but you're not actually invited to go to the theater, and all sorts of stuff like that.
Also, I almost impulse bought the 40k Kill Team Codex. There's been some purchases in this house recently.
I got in on the Kickstarter for the Monster Hunter World board game. The only unfortunate thing is I didn't get in sooner. I'm only gonna get 2 or 3 of the daily login rewards of extra minis and stuff like that, but sure, anything that I'm missing I'll be able to pick up.
Also, I made care packages for a couple friends the night these arrived. Oh my gosh. Grimzer, I have a feeling that you're very thoughtful. Just like a thoughtful person, a thoughtful gifter, thoughtful friend. I am to my friends and to my family. I am sentimental, and I live life in the moment and enjoy like putting people and experiences first. But I'm not the most. I'm very forgetful. I'm super forgetful, and I wish that I was less forgetful. That's why I keep such like a big calendar.
Mm-hmm.
But I did purchase some wig organizers.
Yeah, I saw that downstairs. Pretty hype.
It is pretty hype. I think it's the first time I'm ever going to like invest in taking care of them.
Mm.
I'm definitely a Ziploc bag type of person.
I'm about to be very in the market for some more miniatures.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the way. Got like 8 or 9 more minis to paint.
What are you missing? Like, what would you add to?
I don't know. Everything. Anything and everything, dude.
You
You
can't have
never
everything.
know, man. I don't have method minis. How am I supposed to DM if I don't have method minis?
So, has there been any, like, for not just for DMing or D&D's sake, but like, has there been any minis recently that you're like, oh, I enjoy this style of mini, or I enjoy?
mean?
So like, I've realized that like there's a lot of 3D modeling that I'm not a huge fan of.
Okay.
There's like specific art styles that I'm like, man, why did they texture this? It's almost too grainy or too like, or why didn't they texture it? Like it wouldn't have been that like much to do that. And I've been looking at the actual models themselves. It's like, I really like this mini, and I bought it a while ago.
I have the same mini.
I love it. And but I'm just looking at it, I'm like, man, there's so much on here that they did correctly. Like for like me as a consumer, I bought this mini because I liked the actual mini itself.
Right.
But I've also had the opposite happen recently where it's like, man, this mini is just kind of boring.
Yeah,
This
that's
mini
fair.
just doesn't do it for me. So is there like and also I haven't done monster minis in quite a few sit downs. I've been doing NPCs and filling out some of the like basic characters because they did monster stretch for a little bit, and now I'm like, man, there's still some animals I'm missing because I really just like love painting animals. I don't know. I'm also missing like occupational minis. I have a blacksmith in there. That was a character mini. I want some other ones. Like I want a milkmaid, like mini.
Okay. I feel you. You like having like NPC minis to rattle away at.
Yeah, well, it's not even that I like it. I just think I don't want to build anymore. I don't want to paint any more of my. Oh, it is so good. Ooh, that is good.
I generally, hey Trey, I generally find there's certain styles of minis and certain art styles that are associated with D&D that I'm not a huge fan of. A lot of the like older school kind of styles where things are very biker rock and roll-y, like that comes through in mini painting a lot aesthetically, where they kind of got this like the minis match the style of the art that you get in those like old books, which I'm not always a fan of. Sometimes it's fine, and like the more I paint, the more my style tends towards that.
Hey, no,
totally
don't.
fine.
Yeah, don't apologize for living your life.
Yeah.
Also, I've had a few streams that have been quite late recently, so
We've been running
haven't-
behind.
Yeah, it's been quite chaotic. So
But yeah, I think that there's a lot of those instances where it's like I'm not super into this kind of aesthetic as a whole. A lot of the like you'll see it a lot with like the large-breasted women that are featured in minis a lot. Those tend themselves to be artistically like painted in that sort of style.
Yeah.
But I'm not super into that sort of style, so it kind of falls flat for me, and I never get those minis.
Yeah. I get that too. It's almost like if you hypersexualize the actual model itself too much, it does take it away from me.
I mean, it's not about the like sexualization, virtual hype. It's not about that as much as it's just literally the art style of the mini.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't get behind the way that the shading and stuff works on those style of minis, like doing large amounts of flesh doesn't really work out for me.
That's what I meant by like hyper. So like a lot of the like 1980s Dungeons and Dragons is like the actual, like, this might be TMI, but the actual like curves and shapes are meant like to be exaggerated in such a way. It's like if you took a sphere, like a butt or a hip or a boob or whatever, you're highlighting such a large portion of it and downlighting such a like high contrast paint and actual like shading so much that that's what gives it that like effect that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that. I like that, and I also dislike it. It just depends on how I'm feeling that day.
Yeah, like sometimes those minis are super cool. A lot of times when I see those minis painted, it's usually by the more old school type people. All right, so this is where we're gonna get a little funky.
I think for me, it's not that I enjoy painting NPCs. It's that I'm tired of taking my old character models and having to paint them as NPCs.
Yeah, that's true. Taking your old character. I feel you. I did that with Renya, right? Where Renya was like a blue-skinned, not Asimar, what are they called? Ganassi, that's it. And then I just turned his mini into like a blonde-haired white dude with a blue shirt. But that doesn't bother me a ton. Mostly just out of like...
It bothers me so much. It bothers me so much because I spend so much time scouring the earth for a perfect mini for my character. And when I finally get around to painting it, it either doesn't turn out like I want it to, or I'm not even playing that character anymore. Hold up, I'll be right back. Believe in you.
Go for it, dude. Just send it.
I believe in
What's
you.
the worst that can happen?
I could tell you, but...
What's the worst that can happen?
Tell you, but I'm not gonna...
What's the worst that can happen? He asks.
Alright.
Hello, Burrito Man.
Oh,
Do you have
Burrito?
any like mini works or art styles that you kind of disagree with generally, or because I know that me and you are kind of opposed on this, where you like that older art style a lot more than I do.
so does anyone like some brownie?
Yeah.
You want half?
Yeah. I'm not
Should we
even...
put it over here or right here?
And I'll...
You can have your half.
No,
No,
you...
I'm not. If I was going to eat mine right now, I would eat it right now. But I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
going to. Yeah, no, it's weird because like for art in books and like art in like D&D books, I agree. I like that old style. Something about like second edition art that just like blows me away.
Right.
But when it comes to minis, I hate those minis. Like,
Okay.
there's a whole bunch of minis that
That painting was on Mondays. I'm painting right now too.
Oh, nice.
War Paint Wednesdays.
There's like, from what I heard from down below, like a lot of the same things that you dislike in minis, I also dislike. When they have those like weird proportions that just like don't really make sense, and they like kind of look like, I don't know, or it's just like older minis had not a lot of skill go into sculpting them and crafting them. The tools they had to make them were so much worse. So like, I don't know, they don't inspire me as much. The things that I tend to really like in minis is if I pick up a mini and I'm like, imagine a story with this mini.
Right.
If that happens, I tend to like really latch onto the mini. From like, I could see like this story in front of me of this character or this like monster or whatever.
Right.
And I also tend towards monster movies. That would be my preferences. Like, I don't know, there's some minis that Robert has, but the proportions are all super wonky that I really dislike as like minis.
I think Robert might be the one who tends towards that style mini wise the most out of any of us. But even like your the girl who's the mascot for Reaper is a really good example of like the way you have yours painted. I don't mind at all. But 90% of the time when I see her painted by the Reaper guys, I'm like, like cool, but like also,
Yeah, I agree. That's literally the kind of style I'm talking about too. I'm like, meh. Could do
Well,
it.
for me, the Sophies is what you're talking about, that Sophie line. The Sophies are really disproportioned models.
yeah.
And so, like, a lot of people...
Which is kind of like a stage makeup thing, right? Because...
Yeah, so if you... It's the same thing with sculpting, is like, a lot of people want, like... What really gets me, okay, is in drawing and in painting and in sculpting, it's like, there's a natural boob line that isn't a push-up bra line. Bustiers and what?
I can't do any mod actions on Ryan's chat for some.
Oh, he can do it from his phone too.
Yeah. You got a big
It's
follows.
that big follows.
I can't pull it up on my phone unless I have it open during the time.
But it's there's this like difference between like a push-up bra or like a, what are they called? Things that the things that you pull.
Wow, I came back at a weird time.
Corset?
Corset. So even with corsets, a lot of times back in the day they didn't actually have like padded tops. They had pleasant blouses, so it still had the natural like line of the body, not being altered at all. So if you take that and you do the modern day, let's put a push-up bra on it, it looks crazy.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And so a lot of people are like, ew, I don't like this thing, there's something off about it. It's just because it didn't actually, like, that's not how that worked, you know? And so there's little stuff like that when you're creating a model or you're creating art and you're drawing it out. If you don't think, or if you don't have the knowledge or context to think in that way about like clothing or body shapes or stuff where it's like Barbies and stuff, what the actual figure of the hips or the figure of the whatever, it's not as appeasing to look at.
Yeah.
Then if it's overdrawn or underdrawn.
You have that like classic mix of there's not a lot of people working in this space, so the people that are working in the space are less skilled. The tools that they have to work with are not as good because there's not as much investment in the space, so they can't do as much cool stuff. So like you get minis that just like look weird and are misshaped because like, well, we didn't have any choice. The joint had to be there or the mini would have fallen apart because we didn't have the technology.
And I think a portion of that can also be kind of chalked up to like a thing that happens a lot in those spaces where it's like, until you start bringing women into that like art space, like of course all the women in Conan's a great example where Conan art is the art that we're talking about, right? And like all of the women in Conan are gonna have not only the like the armor bikinis, but they're gonna like, even in the inevitable situation where their shirt gets ripped off, they're still gonna be wearing a magic push-up bra.
Yeah.
And like having all this other stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's just also like, it's easy to create, like, here's a stick figure base, right? And let's slap a thigh on it, and let's slap a leg on it, let's slap a neck and a torso and a head, and like let's build this person. But the problem is like, you're building this perfectly like shaped athletic build, how like, or this slender build, you've got to know how the body functions and how it gains and how it loses, and like how, like, oh, it just drives me crazy. Because what really gets me is the way that they do thicker models. It's the same way in video games where it's like, you either have an extremely grog-esque character, or you have a Jinx character, and you've got the athletics in between, you know? And it's like, there's millions of different body types in the world, and there's such zero representation in art. Ugh. Anyways. Give me some tabaxi, please.
That's another reason why I like painting monster.
I like people mini. Also, another thing is just noses in general. It bothers me so much on D&D minis, where it's like, there's other noses other than like Italian, Romani, like the specific slender Instagram nose.
To be fair, you don't got a lot of space to work with when you're making noses on minis.
My nose is half of my face. Like, fucking make it half of my face. You know, if someone were to put my face on a mini, it would be a big part of my mini's face. You know, like, it's important to people. And it's also like, also another thing is like, I want to give my characters like variants of like skin color and race and size and like all the stuff, but it's like, there's just like a point where you're like, man, you all look very similar. Like physically, without color, you look similar. Your face structure, you all have pointed chins.
How did you nearly break your toes yesterday? What?
Because, I mean, keep in mind they are related.
Ooh.
True. Good point. Were you doing an Aunt Erie thing?
I hope not. I hope that you were being responsible and safe and taking care of yourself.
Uh-huh.
I want to... Eventually, I'm going to have to make this dude not look like a cornucopia.
A cornucopia?
He looks gorgeous.
Oh, he's beautiful. He can be as cornucopia as you want.
I mean, I believe in him. But I need... I feel like there's like... You know when you are like putting red and blue together and you're like, how do I make this not look like Christmas? I'm kind of doing that, but I feel like I'm just missing one color.
I thought he was going to say
Or red and green.
superhero.
That's what I meant. Sorry. Brain no worky.
No, you're fine. Because I thought red and blue and I was like, superhero. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I put red and blue next to each other, I'm like, this is so superhero, or it's like America.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, I don't want my mini to come off too Captain America.
Like, he literally is Captain America, but like, come on. There's limits.
That on those. This bar fell into me and it hit my arm and then it hit my foot. But if it didn't hit my arm first, then it would have crushed my foot, because when it hit my arm, it lost a lot of speed.
Nice.
Where
I almost dropped my phone on my foot at a speed that would have broken it today.
What were you doing at the bar?
No.
There we go. I think that does it. I think a brighter green outside of the olive green brings it together.
It's not going to be fun.
Oh, crud.
What were you doing? Were you like lifting weights?
So you know when there's double doors and there's like a bar in the middle? Yes.
Oh, it like fell out of the door.
Yikes.
Jeez.
I want to hear the opposite of that. Like, okay, I was swinging around it and...
See what I mean? Doing something Annie Reed.
Oh my gosh. This Minnie's being sassy for no reason.
Tell me about it.
Doing it here.
Oh my god. Is that gonna be it today? Is the theme of today? Alright, for those of you who are still in chat, I'm ready for this Ask Me Anything. Anything that you want to ask us, we will do our best to answer. Honestly, truthfully, anything you're curious about, anything you got going on in your life you want actual advice on, unbiased.
Technically, it's possible to give unbiased advice, but
Well, you know what I mean. We will give,
advice.
we'll give 2 cents. They may be tainted by the blood of many children.
Yikes.
Jeez.
How long have you guys been living together?
Ooh,
I've been living here since 2014, right? Or 2015.
when did I get married?
I don't know.
I met Robert in 2009. I moved back to Texas in 2013. I married him in 2014.
Colin, I think you moved in at the very
You
end of
moved-
2014.
No, you moved in. He was.
January.
No, you were February.
Or February. February 14.
February of 15.
February 15.
Yeah,
2000.
because we made the joke that he was a Valentine's Day gift, and I hate Valentine's Day.
Uh-huh.
So, you were February of 2015.
Yeah, so that's what, like 5, 6, a little over 6 years. I've been living in this house,
That puts
or
me
not this house, but you know what I mean.
probably at a little over 5 years, because I think I'm about almost exactly 1 year after you.
Really,
That's
1 year?
I think so.
There was so much that had happened between the time that you moved in and by the time that you moved in.
Preach.
Yeah.
We had 2 other roommates.
2?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This man's gonna.
First free hand mini, I think. It's terrifying.
Ooh. Yeah, we've known you. How long? We've known you for.
It'd be really hard for me to tell you what year I moved up here.
Wait, we'd known you for like a couple months before you moved in.
You had known me for over a year before.
Oh.
I lived in Denton for at least 6 months. I lived in my mom's for exactly a year.
Yeah, couple months, you know.
Come on. How long did we know you before you moved? You picked up everything you had.
I've known you guys since about 2013, 2012, somewhere around that range.
No way.
Yeah, season 2.
No way. It would have been 2012 at the latest.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because
2012.
I was in, yeah. Thanks. It's pretty cool.
Thank you.
So yeah,
Very spacious today.
we've known you since 2012. You moved in 2015. We've known you since 2015, and you moved in 2016.
Sounds about right.
Man, time back then went so slowly. So much stuff happened between 2012 and 2015. Like there was like a break in there where I didn't even like hang out with you guys. It was like a chunk of time.
From 2013 to 2014-ish. is when we didn't even talk to you.
That's crazy. Jeez.
Hey, now I need.
We're hello Tex. We are currently doing a Ask Us Anything. So if you have anything that you would like to know or anything that you want our
I
opinions
mean, we're always
about,
doing an AMA, but
yeah, but specifically I wanted to call it out today because we've been doing a lot of stuff recently, and I've been low-key getting a lot of side messages like, hey, how do you do this, or when do you find time to do this, or how'd you get into this? And I'm just like,
don't.
he was like 7 minutes. Dude, it does. It is a long time. And it did. Time's weird. I'm not gonna lie to you. Time is weird when you're underneath the age of like 20s.
Underneath the age of like 45.
Time continues to get weirder the older you get. It doesn't stop getting weird. It just keeps getting weirder.
I've never in my life understood time. That has always been my greatest flaw.
What are we painting tonight? Hello, Dallas.
I am painting some druidy magey boys.
I got you covered.
I'm painting a furnace.
I've got a kenku that I'm painting.
Yeah.
And I've also got a like Yuan-Ti snake boy that I am painting. But I'm currently letting Snake Boy glue dry and working on this. Thank you. Remember when summer lasted a lifetime? Like you changed your whole life in court. For real? I also remember one day of a single summer where it's like, I don't know what I did at all in the summer of blah blah blah.
In the summer of 69.
Oh yeah. I think it's literally just like, was I just in the sun all summer? Was I just?
So what I always think is interesting to me is like I've heard a lot of stories from you of like things you did growing up, right? Like things that happened, events you did, like people you've met, like stuff like that. And anytime I try and go like, okay, here's those number of things, and I try and crunch them down into like a person's lifetime during like school and like all that, and I'm like, it doesn't fit. It does not fit. You cannot put those things into that space time. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Time is so weird.
You know,
I think there's a certain amount of truth to that for everyone. It's especially true for you, but like.
So it is weird because the other day someone had asked like, what's the furthest you've ever driven? What's the biggest road trip you've ever had? And of course, I see a bunch of people who are in my age group from like mid-20s to mid-50s, and they're all telling like, oh, my biggest road trip was this and my biggest road trip was that, and I was like, they're like, I've only made one big road trip and it was this, and I was like, man, okay, so we went to California as a family. We drove from Dallas to the Venice Beach, and then I've driven Dallas to North Dakota four times, back and forth 4 times. I've driven to Tennessee, took a bus from Dallas to West Virginia. I went from North Dakota to Calgary, Canada, North Dakota to Tennessee. I went from West Virginia to Kissimmee, Florida. And it's just like, wait, that's so much. That's so much. And I imagine being in the car right now for more than 2 hours and my knees start to hurt. You know, I was like, oh, it'd be so much easier to fly. You know, Dallas to Spokane,
Richard,
Washington.
those kind of days I think just can chalk up to being young and full of energy. Because for me, that kind of day involves about 3 naps, so you have to cut out probably at least one of the baseball games and probably the trip to the pool. And so it's like wake up, big breakfast, take a nap, then you go to the pool, then you take a nap, and then you play one baseball game, then you take a nap, and then you go get in the hot tub.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I remember that. All that kind of stuff. Crazy.
Okay, what did you like? Did you like bikes, roller skates, skateboards, or just are you a walker person?
Texas Ranger.
I mean, I was always bike, and I love to roller skate. That was super fun. I was never really a skateboard kid, and I was given one skateboard as a kid, and no one ever taught me how to use it, and so we never like adjusted the wheels out of the package, so they were tightened up all the way, so the wheels barely moved at all. So I couldn't figure out how to use the dang skateboard, and I gave up.
There's a
Until,
lot
like
of that.
years later, until I found out, like, oh, you're like supposed to adjust the wheels.
Oh no.
There's a lot of that for yeah. I mean, I grew into biking a lot, but like when I was a kid I didn't bike a ton because my mom was very adamant about me not getting into BMX.
Because your dad was in a BMX?
Yeah. But like I had a really nice mongoose bike when I was a kid. I just didn't get to ride it very often because my dad was sponsored by Mongoose when he was a kid.
Jeez.
But like I would ride bikes a lot. We had like a go-kart at some point that my dad like took the throttle limiter off of, and we had like a little go-kart track cut into the weeds in the back of our house.
Cool.
It was a resourceful way to not have to mow 2 of our 5 acres.
I love this idea of like bike all day. Big guys get hurt on little things with wheels. Yeah, when you're over 6 foot, I mean, it's different. It's different.
It's different.
I used to like
I need
the
a fleshy, pale-ish.
Currently debating on setting up a Dreamcast emulator, but I don't know which one to go with. Ugh,
I have no clue.
Yeah, I'm not that person. I wish I was.
I know it says AMA, but like
I biked, I longboarded. Also, rollerblades are rad.
I never got into longboarding, but I should have.
My gosh. I think that the thing that prevented me from really getting into like skateboarding and rollerblades is the sidewalks around our house were just not maintained. When you just grow up on like you take 2 steps and you know.
I mean, that was a
like-
big thing too, because like I spent a lot of time, like we lived out in the country in Clearwater, so it was literally just dirt roads or the highway, so not a lot of places to do much other than bike.
Also, I have a thing about bikes. So I definitely had so many accidents on bikes. Like I remember the front wheel like popping off my bike and me skidding across like just on my knees and like almost getting like it was just like I had a tear. I had no motor skills as a kid, no coordination.
didn't you fall into some like crazy ridiculous bush that like
I
tore
did. There
your
was a
head?
freaking cactus at the end of the street.
Oh right, I forgot it's Texas, so it's cactus.
It was a cactus bush. And I fell into the cactus off of my bike, and then the next like couple of days later, they removed the things from it. I assume because my mom and dad were like, "You probably should remove the things from it." Like, just yeah, that, and also when I had gone to Spain, I literally sober as a church, whatever you call them, whatever that phrase is.
Sober is people who don't go to church and get drunk. Yeah, one of those people.
so just legit, I'm going down the road and I'm like, oh, I love it. And I get like 6 inches away from getting just head on hit. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm giving up bikes for the rest of my life. And I haven't been on one since. I think I actively have been on one, but it was because I was forced to get on one from a coach who said, you're gonna bike 10 miles, you're gonna run 10 miles, and then you're gonna swim 10 miles. And
I
was like,
fell into
no.
traffic once when it was here actually. It was after I moved here. I was biking my way up to Duncan and I fell on going uphill. I fell over and then rolled off into traffic.
Yikes.
Still not completely convinced that guy actually stopped, but
You're just in a simulation, bro.
aren't we all?
yeah. I love that. That was awful. She was covered in needles.
That's brothers for you.
I mean, do you know how many times I've seen this guy just come back with like baseball sized bruised and like when he got hit in the face, like I didn't laugh. I still can't laugh when I think of certain people getting hurt. Then I'm just like, kind of makes me too sick to the stomach to laugh.
Mm-hmm.
But they're the ones that are in the middle where it's like, Melissa, man, we were there watching her play soccer when she broke her darn leg. I'm just like, I can't laugh at it. Now the recovery process, I can laugh at. Like my mom after surgery, and she's recovering and like doing weird stuff. Like I could laugh at that all day. But the actual like injury, I'm like, ugh, no. Also, when they laugh at themselves, that's when you can laugh. I think the only person that I laughed at their injury before they did was when Jackie got bit by a spider. She didn't like that I laughed at her, but like it was funny. She didn't think it was funny, but it was, and now we're laughing about it, 20 years later. I don't actually think it's 20 years later. I think it's 10 years later.
As we stated earlier, time is weird.
It's weird. But yeah, so the first Ask Me Anything question was how long have we lived together? The second one, I can't remember.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, the emulator question. That technically counts.
I think that was just a statement.
It counts. It counts. What about y'all? You have any cool memories of?
I remember, I don't know exactly how it happened, but it was bike related. Where all the way up from like my ankle to my knee, the whole front part of my shin was just torn to shreds and filled with dirt and rocks. And I had like rocks buried underneath my skin for like weeks.
It's the best when they scar over and heal, and then you have to grow the rocks out.
Yeah, it was pretty much that kind of situation. That was pretty interesting. But I don't know. I have a memory of running into Jason Greeley during soccer practice, which he was a very good soccer player on our team, but he was also on the football team. And he was kind of new-ish to football, but he was just like one of those people who's like incredibly densely packed. And I remember running into him and just like fucking just getting absolutely demolished.
So it was brag.
That kid was like actually insane.
That I've never understood the opposite of that until I got to hello War Pig, how are you?
War Pig, long time no see, buddy.
Until I got like super older. I think I was in college when I finally realized the denseness. Because like I got it in softball because I was a catcher and people would run into me and like try and knock me over and come cleats up, and like I was just like, haha, that's cute, like whatever. But there's just like a point where it's like, man, I really am going toe to toe with my husband. We're like same height, same weight, same age-ish. Like that's kind of all right. I get it now. Also, earlier today, we were talking about Disney princes and princesses and like getting best friends that are mimicked after like certain things and whatever. If you guys have a favorite Disney princess or favorite Disney female character, I would love to hear it. Robert's answer was What was his answer?
He had a lot of answers. I don't remember.
I remember his favorite male characters. He likes the Firefly from Princess and the Frog. Oh, he liked Merida. He likes Merida and
Rapunzel and Mulan.
Rapunzel and Mulan.
Mulan.
You wanna see the? You wanna see?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
For those who don't know,
he's turning out wonderful.
I ordered my first set of custom printed minties. We play a lot of Rust, and I super love that game. And one of my favorite Rust streamers, Kuda, who I've been following for
Very long.
Ever.
2014. I'm gonna throw that out. I think it was 2014 or 2015. Since then, but anyways, he's just now getting into 3D printing, and one of the things that he had made was these furnaces that are 3D modeled after the furnaces that are in Rust. And I was like, hey, do you think that you can, because his furnace is like the size of this cup. I was like, hey, do you think that you could make
Little tiny baby version.
like D&D versions? And then I had him print me off 6, and he painted one. Dude, that's so cute. It's very cute. It is cornucopia, I'm not gonna lie, but I love it.
Yeah. The green, the addition of the brighter green actually brought it together to where it wasn't quite as
He's awesome, dude. Great job. He looks awesome.
Yeah. That's probably one of my favorite minis that you've ever painted.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Color scheme wise, especially. Like
It looks
turned out really
super good.
Now I'm about to ruin it.
Please no.
It's
Please
too late.
don't. Please don't ruin it.
Don't know how,
But
I'm
Merida
gonna.
all day.
Yeah.
Esmeralda. Okay. And Stand By My Girl Aurora. Now, what is your favorite male? Robert said, he went down the list. He said,
Said like Gaston.
no, what was
and
the
he's-
one for the male protagonist from Mulan?
Shen Zui or I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
I do not know his name.
And then he said Gaston, and he said,
The Firefly from
Firefly from
Princess and the
Shang
Frog.
Lu. Okay.
He said. Mushu.
Yeah. But and then you had said
Me? I said the male protagonist from Treasure Planet and the female mechanic from Atlantis.
and then you said Flynn Rider.
Eugene.
Yeah. And you also said Tangled, Rapunzel.
Yes. They're my
And
favorite
you also
girls.
said Gus Gus.
Yes.
Which is a
Gus
great...
Gus as a princess, though.
Right.
Flynn Rider and Sven's friend as male
Krista?
characters. Yeah, Sven's friend.
So I'll wait for Dallas to put her top male characters in if she's still around, because there was a trend that went. The reason why I don't just like ask them out of nowhere, like, hey,
She
tell me
does.
what you're.
She does often, actually. Multiple times.
Oh.
Usually end up with different answers. I don't feel it.
The Treasure Planet one is real good. It took me a lot of mental effort to not just steal that one.
Yeah. That's fine. I think all of them are stealable, honestly.
Because Treasure Planet is really early up there.
It does have to be Disney. It cannot be an. Oh, that's her struggle. It can't be anime. It has to be Disney. It's so hard. I know. I think mine right now, I can't remember what I said. I think my top girls are typically, like if I have to choose a princess, it's like Merida, Jasmine, I like Raya. I think she's cool, man.
Raya's cool.
Raya is pretty cool.
Raya's cool, but I have to be careful to not look like I'm like falling into recency bias.
Yeah, I also...
Because my top 3 right now are probably like not necessarily top 3, but in my top 5 probably are Rapunzel and Raya and Moana.
Yeah.
But, like,
Very recent.
that makes it look like it's all recency bias, but mostly I just like really like those characters.
Kristoff and Tarzan. I said Tarzan was up there, but I put Hercules above Tarzan.
Hercules
But
and Tarzan. are
Kind of a
pretty good.
himbo though.
Tarzan? Or Hercules?
Hercules.
Hercules is kind of a
Hercules.
But so in the friend world, if you imagine like me, right? I'm asking them and I'm like, hey, what's your favorite Disney like female or favorite Disney male, right? And then they answer something. The closer their answer is to you, the more like compatible, quote unquote, as a friend or your like relationship. I was like, Robert immediately is just like, or that's the type of like personality you're seeking out for your new best friend. And so I was like, Robert, you gotta go to the gym, man. You gotta go find yourself a guest on in the show. Like, I know where Robert's gonna go. He just named like 20 buff guys in a row. So I was like,
Well, he named buff guys and animals played by comedians.
yeah, true. He did list a bunch of animals also. But let's see. Dude,
Got
that
a little
ground
bit-
is good too.
Got a little bit more to go.
Oh, you painted oh, that's so cool.
I just did, the only difference so far is that I did a light green dry brush. You can kind of see it on
I
the
didn't-
cape there.
I didn't notice the hand last time.
Oh yeah,
The
it's got the
Midas, like, it's
little
cool.
Midas touch.
Good night. I wish you
Guten
good rest.
Guten Nacht.
Yeah, apparently Colin's gotta go find some friends at I'm glad that you're enjoying the crap out of this.
What is the freehand? Not my strong suit, but it is fun.
It is indeed.
It is very fun.
One of these days, I'm gonna like do something freehand on a mini and enjoy it.
Oh, that's so sad.
The biggest part is like, especially on like, a couple of the Goliaths, because I'm so tempted to put their tattoos on them. I did that with one of the Goliaths in this place that I painted recently-ish.
The head tattoo.
Yeah, the head tattoo guy.
It looked good.
But there was like one of the hags that I painted to be like a Goliath-style hag. She didn't turn out as good.
My Tiba mini has a tattoo.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, she looks dope. But yeah, you gotta go to like a bookstore or D&D, like Adventure League place, or on an archaeological dig.
Mm-hmm.
This is kinda good. Whenever I get like my second and third layer on this mini, it's gonna be pretty cute.
Yeah?
This isn't the one that I was intending to paint today. But it's gonna be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanna be okay. Dope, dope, dope. All right, Westfield, tell me what's going on in your life.
You want to do a win of the week, loss of the week?
Yeah.
Oh, good question.
Oh my gosh.
Hmm.
Warpig. I'm so sorry. We're
This
the
picks don't
worst.
count.
Ah, there's chat over here.
There's so today for
Nah.
some reason
Did
I'm the
Mr.
worst.
Scorpet turn out good?
I haven't done him yet. Okay, so last time we talked, I was working on that giant demon, right? The one with the big wings, and he's all red. Well, turns out I'm still working on that mini. I'm only taking a brief break to paint this because we just recently got them and they're important, and I wanted to get it out of the way before I think about it too much. But I haven't gotten yet to Mr. Scorpek because I'm painting very slowly.
He's a slowpoke.
I am a slowpoke.
Okay.
Sorry, so
But think
today we've got Chab, and the mic for me is literally right in front of your chat. Like the
Mhm.
actual box of the mic is
My
blocking.
brains don't work.
So
I
I'll-
can't
The
see
fish
stuff.
from Little Mermaid. Oh yeah, flounder.
Flounder.
Flounder is
Cute.
so
It's
good.
pretty reasonable. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's
Alright, I
like,
think this guy's gonna be
Ariel,
done
are
as
you
soon as the
sure that
fish
we
is
should
drying."
disobey this Poseidon god, the ruler of the sea and all things? Like,
So,
are you sure?
Similar to what I was saying earlier is where like I'm slowly but surely picking up like just via osmosis stuff from other mini painters. This should be almost the end product. He just needs the or the little details to sink in and dry a little bit. We'll see.
Also, I liked that. Did you do a wash on his back of the cloak?
Yeah.
It looks good.
I did a very, very controlled wash compared to what I normally do. Yeah.
That's so good.
And I did that thing that the people who are good at mini painting do, where I let more of the brown that I base coated him come through on his cloak and stuff.
Yeah, that's so good, dude. Those colors are awesome too.
Yeet! He's done it. He's beginning to believe. Where's the mouse? So I can,
Oh, it's
meow
over
meow.
here. I got you.
Don't know. This is probably gonna look like crap. Yeah. Webcam 2? No, not webcam 2. It is the this one. Hello.
I think this is
You can't really tell super well, but there will be pictures on Discord and on my new Pinterest.
Instagram.
Instagram, I mean.
You have a new Instagram, sir.
That's what I meant.
for putting all his minis there.
For putting all of my minions there. You get to go next to that guy. I'm very proud of both of you. Good job, team.
Might I get the brown wash from you?
Yes.
This brown. Yes. Agrax Earth Shade. The shade of the earth. The earth and shade.
Earth and Shades. So this guy.
Win of the week, loss of the week? Can't be the mini that you just painted.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty proud of both of these minis.
I know.
Win of the week, loss of the week, huh? Why did this guy more green? Loss of the week is going to be probably missing out on a lot of the release hype for the Monster Hunter expansion that came out. I missed out on like watching the stuff for it live and all that.
Why?
Just because it's been busy.
That sucks. You were so looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean it happens. I'm avoiding playing it like off camera currently, so I just haven't really like egged into any of the content because I basically only have time off camera up until Sunday and Mondays are my Monster Hunter days, so probably
fine.
put that as my loss of the week.
I'm sorry.
No, that's no problem. Not your fault. Win of the week. These two minis. Win of the week getting to run the
There.
Crossmade one shot.
I was waiting on it.
Yeah. That's definitely the like high point for my week.
Okay. Makes sense. I would be proud of it too.
I am indeed quite proud of it. I think it went very well.
Got a green one. This got a green one. Ill-gotten gold. Gold and green. Turbo Dork, why don't you come through, bro? Oh my gosh, it scared the crap out of me.
Got a bad track record with those. Just
No, it's the little green.
I know.
That got me good.
I think my win and the loss of the week is my win is the character that I made for that one shot and how easy it was to put together and then like play for that session. I really enjoyed playing that character. He's a lot of fun. Really put him together kind of last minute and it worked out really well. Which is always nice. Loss of the week has probably been like I really want to play more League of Legends. Haven't been playing League of Legends at all. I just haven't had any time. I've just been doing a lot of working and sleeping. So I'd like to make more time for that. You know.
Warpig has a win of the month. My wife is carrying my second child, and I got a promotion at work. Lost of the month. No time to really paint lately. Got you.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, congratulations.
Congratulations.
That is a big congrats.
That's so dope.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Also, what do you have like a due date? Do you have like a time frame or a week? A due date week? Oh my god, you think you take a while to paint a mini? How long it takes to make a
Paint
baby?
a whole
Paint a
baby.
child. Well, you know, he's done it before, so.
December.
Christmas baby.
And hopefully, I mean, it's December 11th.
That's awesome. Kind of
Excellent.
That's so, man, that's such a life changing. So exciting. Man, I'm an aunt to 4 kids, 5 kids, and they're absolutely amazing human beings. And it's cool, especially gaming, like, and painting, and like having a craft and stuff. When they grow up, being able to share that with them, or like share in the things that they do, it's a cool experience, especially like as a parent. So we get to make do with what you got and be a good person. It's cool. But just do your best.
Yeah, already have some.
I recently got to go visit my in-laws, and I think it's the first time in 11 and a half years that I wasn't asked when if I was pregnant or when I'm going to be pregnant.
Yeah, that's a
Congratulations. That's a great achievement. Is that your win of the week?
I think it's pretty high up there.
Win of 11 years?
I mean, it's such a weird conversation because like I'm so pro kid and like so just like yeah, like be a parent, like do whatever makes you happy. And then you know, I don't know, and I get along with kids too because a lot of them are super open-minded and forward-thinking and aren't like super boomer, you know. But yeah. I think my win of the week. What have I done? Other than go kayaking and play sand volleyball, what have I been doing?
I mean, those are wins. Dude, I've used sand volleyball as wins plenty of times.
I mean,
I went to Scarborough.
Oh yeah, Scarborough was great.
Scarborough Renaissance Festival was a hoot and a half.
Damn straight.
Definitely in my win of the week category.
And I haven't been in quite some time, so it was really nice to be able to do that. Honestly, I think every day is a win of the week.
Every day I get to make it through is a win of the week.
Dude, it's been such a struggle year for people, such a struggle, like working from home change and COVID change. It's just, you know, so it's honestly, I was like, yeah, man, planning for the future is a win of the week for me right now. And I've got a lot of stuff planned and I can't wait to execute that, and things are sort of like falling into place, which is, so I'm like looking forward to the wins of the week.
My win of the week this week is looking forward to my next win of the week.
Yeah.
I feel that a lot.
Oh, got a picture of what he's been working on.
So ready. I think.
Bing, bing, bing. Oh yes. Yeah.
Crap.
I think that's the Scorpec Lord, the one that he wants me to paint too.
Very,
Holy
very cool.
crap. Dang, that many is so detailed.
SM
Yup,
Orc.
I'm totally looking forward to it. Yep.
SM Orc.
Oh, cute.
I like Warpig style.
Yeah,
A
he's
lot
got
of
a
bright
great
colors.
style. Oh god, that orc is fucking great.
Okay, so
Look at him. He's beautiful.
we're gonna get a dress like the first one. That has that like
Oh,
chain
the
piece
chain,
in the
the
front.
the chain hanging down.
where-
An
do I-
Egyptian cosplay shop.
Do I just need to make it myself? Because I'd be kind of scared to order and it not be like a big enough piece, you know what I mean? Like,
enough.
I'm just gonna have to custom.
Make sure it's long enough too, you know.
I'm just gonna take a tire and just like cut the tire up. Just wear the
No.
tire. It'll be thick enough, I'm sure of it.
I forget. I know I've asked you this before, but like, assuming you had time and energy, right? Which is a big assumption.
Okay.
But like,
So if I quit my
you-
job,
would you actually like? Do you enjoy making clothes, or is it just like a end result thing that like, okay, I have clothes that are fit perfectly to the design that I want. Good. I'm here for the result. Or you're like, I like the process of making clothes. It's
I
fun.
like making clothes. However, sewing is hard.
Yeah.
And I know that the things that I would want to do would take me actively, like, one, having a sewing machine, having a place for a sewing machine, having time to sew. And then on top of that, having the support of like the people in my life that live with me, because I wouldn't be like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit down and sew, and the dogs are like running crazy, and Robert's like, why is there shit everywhere? And like, I would need like a me space, you know? And I already have like a me PC gaming space, and a me tabletop gaming space, and a me painting space, and a me working. So it's like, I feel like I'm already taking up enough space. So it's like one more thing. Like I'm currently feel like, oh man, I really want a home gym. And so I'm like, oh, I have to make space for that. You know? I don't know if that makes. So it's like, yeah, the time. I love the actual process of making clothes. I've made my own clothes before. It works out great. I super love it. I know how bodies work and like how clothes lay on bodies and like what styles I like. And typically, if you give me something, it's like, oh, I know how to like make that happen. You say, make this cake happen. And I'm like, yeah, 3D, I can make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3D modeling's a little bit different because like making that happen in a computer space is a little bit different for me. But, like physically, I'm like, yeah, I can make this pottery. I can make this ceramic piece. I can make this like physical craft thing. Like it wouldn't be that hard to make. If you gave me foam, I could make a 3D elite sword, right? Just proportionally.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could make one, but putting it into a 3D model would be like, my brain can't work digitally. Level 5 hobby. Oh, sorry, you go. Level 5 hobby space. What's that in regards to? Yeah, it's
I think you can actually do that though. You can work backwards. There's like there's a specific camera design for it where you have like you put something on basically like a stool or something. You put your object there, then you rotate the camera around the object, and it creates the 3D.
You
model
physically
version.
make the object, and then you just scan it into the
Yeah, so you
computer.
could make your elite sword out of foam and then scan it in and scan, or like send it to a company to scan into. They have companies that do it for you
yeah.
with better specialized equipment where you can just scan in your sword and then like send it to a different company to print out, and
Yeah,
time,
well-
energy, and effort, and money, and all that. But
yeah, when it comes to like clothes and stuff like that, like yeah, totally, dude. I thought about it like 2 days ago. That I was like, man, if we ever play Rime of the Frost Maiden, I want really cool, like I want a really cool cosplay for like my character. I think that'd be really cool.
I agree.
Well, then I was like, where am I gonna get furs from? I'm not gonna order furs.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna order
fair.
a fur coat. I want to like make a fake fur coat.
You just turn a mini painting stream into a clothes making stream.
Yeah, you could. You could, like, for Harley Quinn.
Mhm.
Because of like, I was like, man, it's a family gathering. I would love to wear the Harley Quinn like cute booty shorts, and I'm completely comfortable in doing so. But it's a family gathering, so I want a skirt. I want a little bit more material so that my nieces and nephews don't go, oh my god, I need to rewash, you know. And so it's like,
Fun fur is hell on earth to work with. 3D scanning is pricey, yeah.
yeah, it's definitely like if I was gonna cosplay as something like with a big fur coat, I definitely wouldn't want to order that from anywhere.
I've thought about that 1,000 times recently too, because like pretty much all of us, our characters would have to have some kind of fur cloak thing going on, and so
Yeah.
like yeah, I also would love to cosplay for Rime of the Frost Maiden.
That's one of the big things about that. And like your characters still exist underneath the cloak, but like being
When we were at Scarborough, there was that one place we went to with all the like leather bikinis and stuff.
yeah.
They had a huge section in the back that was just like a bunch of fur cloaks kind
Oh
of
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And I was this close to buying some fur.
There was another one that was like the fur trading company or whatever that just had like straight up furs and stuff
Yeah.
hanging on the walls.
But it's like,
I
it's
should've.
cool, but
Should've.
like, oh, I'm never gonna wear it. Super intimidated to try making clothes, but I have my first pattern.
Mhm.
I
Dude,
believe in you, Melissa. You got that.
so we were just
1,000%.
talking about it. It's weird because like some of my favorite clothes, right? I'm not like, I can't label myself as like being a hippie or being a blah 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 or being a whatever. But like I like fisherman pants. I like wrap dresses. I like saris. I like, you know, and it's like I like these things, and a lot of those patterns, the actual clothes patterns, are super easy to do. You just you cut this in half, and you got a seam on both sides, and you've got a band that either ties or pulls together, and you can make it as large as you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You just gotta have enough fabric to cover this.
This.
Which honestly, you know what's crazy is like, if you take the size of bath towel that you have, or take the pants that you have, they already have the measurements in it. You know, you can take your own measurements and whatever, but like, it's pretty.
Why take your own measurements when you can get bullied into getting your measurements taken at the Ren Fair by some weird old lady?
Listen, I had an old lady measure my head. She was like, let me measure your head. Come here, move your head here. And she measured my head with a tape measure. And I was like, yes, a large, maybe an extra large for a hat. It's like, I was just looking, but thank you. Good to know. I have an extra large head.
I mean,
I got a big head. I'm proud of it.
I don't actually mind, but
you were seriously contemplating buying a hat, so at least she was like,
yeah,
buy one in your size. Yeah.
They didn't have the one hat that Colin was looking for, that he already knew he wanted.
Also, don't let me fall asleep.
it's like, you've decided the exact dimensions and size and color of the thing that you want. You cannot deviate.
I mean, honestly, I've probably saved you a lot of money over your life.
It has saved me a lot of money over my life. You're correct.
Don't let me fall asleep without ordering some brushes.
Okay.
So I thought about it last week. I just need like, at least just like one good brush. Maybe two. Oh, yes.
What's happening? Oh, putting
Just
together
a
dragons.
Putting together a dragon.
Okay. I'm gonna do something a little controversial over here.
No.
What do you mean?
What is
I'm
it?
working on a different guy.
Oh, thank God. The other guy was he's perfect.
He is
What about his
perfect.
brother?
He's done. Not you. I need the bony white. Graveyard bone. Favorite. May I make a recommendation on brushes? Absolutely. I'm also like somewhat in the market. I just bought some new ones, but I know that they're like
Absolutely.
still not super high quality ones.
I haven't purchased new brushes in
100,000 years.
like 7 years.
This brush, this
Yeah,
brush. Which one are you putting together?
minor.
Me?
Yes.
I'm putting together the Dragon of Schmargenrog.
Ah, yes.
Schmargenrog.
Also, if you have a Amazon link for said brushes, that would make my life so much easier because I'll just order it because I trust you. And it's just a little trust. All right, I found my loss of the week. Are you ready? I haven't been sleeping.
That
Yes.
is a loss, for sure.
Haven't been sleeping, and so work has been extra hard, and like dealing with people socially has been pretty difficult, and streaming has been actually just super difficult, like just doing anything. But it is kind of my major loss for the week.
Do you know why?
Yes and no, but like I'm working on a solution. I just gotta like, I don't know what this is. I think it's the. Do you think this is the two things here? Those are just like
Like a,
ribbons.
it's either like ribbons or he's got one of those belts that does the like, you know, the long end thing. I'm gonna let you take care of this one.
Funky.
Let's have some Bramble.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Did I hit you? Oh my god. You okay? Is he
Good.
ruined?
Everything's fine.
Alright. I'm glad because if I did that, I would feel wonderful. Do you come lay down? We'll just let you just keep you in there. Simply breath.
These are what I eat.
Winston, select our teeth.
Okay. Press for acrylic, watercolor, and oil.
Oh, I can't read. I was like, this has gotta be the right piece, right? Come on, there's no way. It is. It is the right piece. But it's their one day of the week. Five, 6, 7, dragon tail, dragon tail, dragon tail.
Lay down.
Whoop. Love the new set, but the green tablecloth is a bit much.
Oh,
Green? Does it come through green? Oh no,
no,
I think
there's
you're-
bits of it that are disappeared.
Oh,
because
because
they're
the green screen.
yeah.
key.
Unfortunately, to get there's no way we're able to get our green screen key perfectly right to where it doesn't blend out any of the table.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's. Yeah, I actually I've been super happy with this setup. It's been nice. It's very close and personal, and also we get the cool backgrounds and stuff. It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Good upgrade.
Pain in the butt to set up sometimes, but
I always feel bad too because I usually leave early and then like, you guys gotta put this whole thing down by yourself.
Yeah. One of the week, been fair, planning. Lots of the week, not sleeping. Also, one of the week, I pre-ordered, what's it called? I think it's called Favor? Or, crap, I think it's called Favor. So Robert and I, typically when we're like streaming and gaming and like summer season hits, so we like go kayaking and play volleyball and go run with the dogs and like do crazy stuff. There's not a lot of time to like cook, to be honest.
Oh, is that your new cooking thing?
Yeah, so I'm trying out this delivery service, but it's like catered and it's about the same price per meal that we're already paying for dinner, if not less, because if we don't have enough time to make dinner, then we eat out or like order in DoorDash. So we ordered for this company and we're trying it out for the first time. They order like freshly made catered in meals that you get to choose from.
they're like
And-
box meals. Right.
But yeah, you don't have to cook them at all. It's not
You're
like
not like hiring a personal chef to come in and cook.
no, but it's a company that has
Jenny, go lay down.
it's like there's a guy that I used to work with that he did the exact same thing. Hold on. Let me get I'm gonna lay down. She just wants to be next to Ryan. That's what it is.
Fair. Understandable. Reasonable decision.
But so it's like a yeah.
So there's someone out like doing cooking. It's not
Yeah,
like
it's
pre-frozen meals that they ship to you.
yeah, it's not like a factory situation where it's like they're making pre-made like frozen meals. They're actually yeah, it's like a culinary school prepping like foods and then putting them in a thing and then delivering them to go in your refrigerator.
That's cool.
It is cool.
How was your first one?
It was good. I tried it today. It was good. Thank you for the Amazon link. Did we click that so we can open it?
Yeah.
I mean,
There's for instance something.
oh, you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do those look dope?
Set of 5. For $15, pretty good. $3 a brush. Easy peasy.
I think it's Dallas name. I think it's called Favor. I could be mistaken. I know it's not Huel or
Hey, can you do me a favor and send me some?
yeah.
Send me some food.
You were looking at Huel though.
I was looking at Huel and
They've got
another
Huel
one.
at Walmart, right?
I don't actually know.
I got a bunch of Huel. It's like usually the healthy food section. But those ones are frozen.
No, Huel are frozen. The one that we're doing is not Huel. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about it because I think it will make a pretty big difference rather than ordering like fast food all the time.
Only hope so.
If they're tasty, that could be a thing that I could look at. But I don't know, I'm pretty picky with stuff sometimes. And sometimes I'm not.
I think the less that we eat out as a group, the happier I am.
I will. I'll definitely. Oh wait, I've got a pic. Oh, my phone's dead. I literally was like, wait, I've got a picture. I can just pull it up. But my phone is kaput.
Kaput. Kaput. Oh, I think this one goes right here. Okay. One goes there. This one goes. Ah, look at that. Alright, that's.
Yeah, I think that was the right color. You ever just almost like say, I don't know if it's gonna be the right color, and then put it on anyway, and then it's perfect?
Oh yeah, I did that today actually. I was like, I think this is probably like this color green with maybe some blue or something. I have no idea. Let's just try it. Oh, that's literally the exact color that it is. Nice.
Mhm.
I love. There's this guy who has a series online that
The matching color TikTok
yeah,
guy.
have you ever seen like when they drop the droplets of color into the paint buckets and then it shakes the paint buckets and gives you your paint color for like wall paint and stuff? This guy like watches it go and then
Different guy.
and then he like is like guesses based off of like the little bits that he sees get dropped in this gallon of paint on what it's gonna
I've seen
be.
that guy.
And I'm just like, it's the most entertaining.
I
I
like
love
this
that.
guy who does like landscape portraits, and he'll like get his easel or whatever, the thing that he mixes his paint on, and he's like, all right, it'll take like requests from TikTok chat or whatever. It'll be like, okay, match the color of like this particular part of the sunset or whatever, and then it'll like actively mix colors and like lighten it and darken it until he hits the exact perfect color.
Yeah,
where you can't actually tell the difference between his easel and the sunset.
Yeah, I've seen that guy too. That guy, he had like one that was like a CD that was just like leaning up against something, and he painted the piece of cloth to look like the CD.
Select what mini to paint. Orc/orc, big 30-minute bass or bigger. I might have an orc somewhere. I don't know if I have any orcs. We'll check.
I got you.
I'm fresh out of orcs.
I think I got one.
I got a wereboar. That's pretty close, right?
It's wrong or
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Does a rock giant work?
Rock giant might be close. I don't know.
Also, we need like a song list, but instead of a song list, it's an unpainted minis list. Where then you could like actually select
Green
stuff that
skin.
we have.
Tibbers has got you covered.
Okay, two choices. A giant or an okay, she's bringing it.
These are the two that I have.
Your mother says she misses you.
My mother. Well, my mother will see me soon.
Mama.
So I have.
No, I was just saying that was the vibe you guys were just doing.
Oh, okay.
Or
What's that, honey? Yes, your mother says she misses you.
my God. These are the two that I have. That they're orcish. So troll or a goblin.
Oh yeah, one guy's pretty. The shield boy's pretty orky.
Let me know.
We got a big rock troll boy, or a little.
Surprisingly, I actually already primed this one, and this one is fine to paint unprimed. Also, we've had this mini for how long?
So troll or a goblin
sorry.
would work too.
Oh, I like the big one. Okay, cool. I can do that. And he's like
Big
green,
one.
green skin.
Or
Oh,
You're right.
this is normal. This happens all the time.
Also, what time is it? Oh, it's only 9.
We
Okay.
started a little early.
Ooh, okay.
we're in a bit of a rush today.
Green.
Thunder and lightning, very, very frightening me. I need a Galileo mini.
Oh,
Like
I'm
a
glad that-
astronomer, old man astronomer guy.
Is this you?
Just mine, but you can use it. I'm not using it.
Will it fit in here?
No, but you can use sticky tack.
I don't know.
Wait, no, that's yours. Mine is in the thing with my mini on it. That's yours.
It is mine?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's yours.
I don't know if we can get this in here. I'm gonna try and get it to put in here. Maybe not.
I got sticky tack. You want to use sticky tack?
Yeah, I think so.
Give me.
You
Yeah,
can do
take
it on
your
the
time.
top side too if you want to use a sticky.
Yeah, I
You can just stick them on like right there. You could flip them over, or you could do it on that. So
Green skin.
also, I found some like dowel rod mini holders that you guys have built in there.
Mm-hmm.
They're like super ancient, but if you ever have interest in using those, they do exist.
Yeah, they're in there.
Mm-hmm. Not 100% sure how I feel about this elk boy, but I think he's gonna come along pretty nicely. Those dowel rod mini holders that they have in there, I was just reminding her that they existed.
Here you go.
Thank you, sir. So it just goes like this?
Yep.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Good luck. Ugh. Oh, man.
There you go.
green, huh?
Yes.
Might I
step
interest you in some
3,
of my,
put all the things together.
Step 3, the rest of the fucking dragon.
Basically.
Like, I'm so close on this. I'm so close. There's gotta be one thing that I'm missing. I think I just need like a little bit more, like, white somewhere. I think I know where I'm gonna put it too.
Whew. I'm hitting a breaking point here real soon.
I believe in you. Brownie's calling your name?
No.
Darn
I mean, you're supposed to have the first piece anyway. You stinker.
it. There's a brownie, it's right over there. It calls me.
I just getting that sleepy. Been up too much.
Okay, I think this one. I think we'll go with this one. I want more big to be so mad. On big minis, I always have that urge to just like paint onto the mini.
Just go like.
Yep. I'm not gonna
You're
just.
doing this for Warpig. You have to.
You're a fiend.
I'm
a
putting
monster.
it on the plate.
Puts the paint on the plate. Are there any kind of minis that y'all don't have or want to have eventually? Everything,
Yeah.
Melissa.
I want to eventually be able to go through the whole monster manual and have a mini for every month. I think that'd be awesome.
Wow. That's
there was
such a big.
I know there's a big project where some guy went through all the D&D books and created his own like 3D. Well, he 3D printed all of them with his own 3D models that he made for every single monster in the monster manual, and then every single monster in Volo's guide, and like they're all out there free still. I don't know. That's not really what I would want. I would want like regular minis from the store.
I think that with the collection of call-in size of what he has currently, right? He could, if he had less like people and less duplicates, he could have a monster of every monster from the monster manual right now.
I have a lot of duplicates, but I also just have a lot of regular people that all look kind of very similar. Mostly because I bought them all from the same place and they had a sale, and I just like put everything that I thought looked interesting into my cart and ordered it. And so a huge bulk of my minis are like from Mac's collection.
I think for me, my mini goal is that as a DM, I want to be able to create any adventure that I want to and not have to put a plastic piece down and describe it. I want it to be like this creature looks fairly similar to this model. Also, I want to be able to run D&D campaigns for new players or my nieces and nephews and it be a visually cool experience and not just be them in their head thinking about this thing.
Lack of imagination can be a really big gatekeeper for excuse me, D&D in
Sorry.
general.
You're apologizing for the thunder too, are you? Zeus over here.
I think that like a lack of imagination can be a really big gatekeeper where people feel like they don't fit in because they can't just like theater of the mind everything.
Yeah. And I've got a few of those people in my life. And I want them, or like if you say ASMR, do they know what that looks like? If you say Kenku, without having to like, you say bird people. But if you aren't super in the culture, it's hard. It's hard to imagine some of that stuff. And so I just don't, if I'm ever in that situation, I want them to be able to see it. Not feel, I want them to feel immersed.
Immersion.
But is there
Getting
any
even more experimental with this guy?
is there any minis that I'm missing?
You were just talking earlier about wanting some more like worker bee like NPC style minis.
Yeah, I want some NPC style minis. There are some like creatures that I think I have that are missing. I don't really have a good representation of like. I want Will-o'-the-Wisps a lot.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a good mini.
And I haven't found any that are like cute enough for me.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
I
that.
actually do need that one of those greens back.
You can have all of them.
Need the one of the olive ones.
You can have all of them.
No. Oh, my this guy here. Olive drab.
Also, I'd like to finish my giant collection. Like, I've got a cloud giant in there that I really like, and I'd like the other ones.
I got a frost giant in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be a great collection to have.
For sure.
I highly encourage that.
Not that,
I mean,
because
if anyone's gonna run us through Storm King's Thunder, I mean,
I don't know if that's a giant campaign. Okay.
It's a campaign. I don't know much about it other than like it's about giants.
also heard that's not particularly great.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I think
that
Storm
one's
King's
pretty
Thunder is
good.
one of the best of the not great modules that they put out.
Also, just a fair warning, you guys, we don't know if you can hear it or not. There is a thunderstorm going on outside. Last time that we had a big thunderstorm, it did knock out our power.
We're
So,
fine.
just as an FYI, in case we do lose the stream,
Imperial
that's
Knight. You know, I've never been super into.
So, like, shop
They're
for
growing
sure,
on
yeah.
me because I am growing into being a fighter main in D&D, but I need to get my cleric phase out of the way first.
That's Imperial Knight sounds like a great mix between those two.
Yeah,
Potentially.
but so I'm in the process of growing into appreciating heavy armor boys, but I still there's a big part of my brain that's just like, no, I hate these minis. They're just gray.
Also, another thing,
Wait, just like every Kingsguard, right? Like every Kingsguard, every like important person in heavy armor, it's got so many colors going on. Like think about the jousting tournament we just watched. The armors that
Yeah,
they had going on.
they were white, they were gray, and then one was black and yellow, and the other one was blue and yellow.
They had so much color.
another thing that I'm low-key doing is collecting a little bit of like all of the races. So like I've got a tabaxi that's dope, and I've got a crocodile person that's dope, and I've got a lizard, snake, and I've got a kenku that I'm actively working on. And I've got some. So I'm slowly collecting them all. I really want like a fawn deer girl. I want a centaur. Okay, all right, I'm into it. It's really good. You're on a kick, man. What, you thinking about painting a lot recently?
No, I mean yes, but also no. Here you go, Colin. I still need to
Whoa, dude!
brush it and.
I don't know what happened. I think it's
These are some of the best minis you've ever painted.
Ever
Legitimately,
painted.
Not like hyping you up or anything, but like,
like
I actually think these are some of the best minis you've ever painted.
Did you watch a YouTube video
No.
or something?
I did not.
He's just figuring it out.
You know,
Practice makes perfect, dude. More you paint, the more look at he's painted more minis than all of us combined.
Has he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, it's the olive greens. Don't give me any of the credit. It's just the greens putting in work.
Whatever. Paint every mini in all green.
I'm about to.
What was I just thinking? You said something that triggered my mind to go say a thing.
I was talking about new
Yeah,
races.
I've ever raised. Oh, I was gonna make a sarcastic comment about like, can you get and paint a mini of every race faster than they come out with new races? Is the question.
Yes.
I believe in you. They just came out with 3 new ones that we haven't talked about yet. But they're all part of that like Pasha style now, where it's like, hey, these don't really have any like stats. You
talking
gotta
about
give them one of
the,
the stats you want.
Is it the Unearthed Arcana that had the like half hag and stuff like that?
No, though that was one. They came out with one that had owl people, rabbit people, and one other type of people.
Fox, probably.
I don't know if it was fox. Might have been fox. But
TikTok getting the best of us.
I mean, I assume that it's Fox just because like that's always highly demanded one. And if the whoever created the Tabaxi is any amount of elitist, he probably like just make one for the fucking weebs and the furries. Just get it out there. Leave the sanctity of my Tabaxi.
I don't know if Tabaxi are sanctity in that particular regard, but fair.
I think the Tabaxi fall into the like a jungle cat kind of role that they don't actually in practice in a lot of tables.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's not a
feel
bad
that.
thing.
I feel
but-
that. I do get the jungle cat vibe from Tabaxi every time I think of them. More like not like leopard, but like ocelot.
Yeah. And I think that that's intentional, but it doesn't come through in play a whole lot. That's very cool though. I was excited about the like dread race ones.
Yeah,
They've been coming up a little bit. I think that they're going to release official versions in Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft.
Yeah, probably.
Did you see that link I sent you today? I think I insta linked it to you, but it's a Strahd advertisement that I got.
Oh yeah.
It's so good.
But there's one that's like a half hag that can eventually take on a like process of becoming a hag later on in their lives if they want. There's one, I can't even remember what exactly they were. It was so long ago that you
There's
had
the
given
undead one, there's the hag
the
one, and then
undead.
there's
Yeah.
one more. I don't think it was weird.
Let me see if I can.
It was vampires.
Wandering
The Damp
Bear
Fear.
Coffee. The Damp Fear. Yeah.
The half vampire.
Hopkins Courthouse. No, I didn't get anything from you relating to Strahd.
On Instagram?
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Yes, this is a art from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. Dr. Victor Mordheim, Dark Lord of Lamordia, crafts the perfect
Perfect, man.
body for newest brand of golem hunting mercenaries. I love that. Just like running a business out of your demiplane of dread. Wash.
Also, I don't know if you've watched the OSR Productions version of like
wash over there.
talking about Frankenstein, the like original book by Mary Shelley.
Yeah.
That story's a lot more interesting than like modern retellings of Frankenstein.
Frankenstein's a really good story. It was one of my favorites actually in high school. Colin, do you have that brown wash by chance?
1 second.
I
Panicking.
think
Okay,
I'm
it's
gonna
in my
make
room.
it more brown, earthy based.
Yeah, like I haven't read the original Dracula, original Frankenstein. The stories always seem to be more interesting than the modern retellings of them.
The Frankenstein specifically, like I don't know about Dracula, because I think that Dracula was largely like my brain tells me that Dracula was largely popularized and canonized through the actual movies of it. But I'm sure that Eden Frankenstein was somewhat the same way. But I remember like learning about Frankenstein and like that whole journey and the actual like mentality and attitude and personality of Frankenstein's monster is just like, it's so fucking good. It's such a good story. It's such a good
I agree.
everything.
I liked it a lot. Made me want to go read it.
It was one of the few books that I actually read on assignment from English and stuff like that.
Speaking of books, I just started the audio book for A Fire Upon the Deep,
Okay.
which is like
What is it?
a really old sci-fi book.
Okay.
I don't really know a lot about it other than it's supposed to be good. I'm not very far into it. I'm like 2 hours or so into the audiobook. It's been pretty interesting so far. They the coolest thing about it is so they like it's like this group of do you guys care about spoilers?
Oh
No.
man.
Okay. Just in case. Also spoiler warning for anyone who's planning on reading A Fire Upon the Deep. So it's like the premise of the story is there's these researchers and they're like small colony family that's out on some like they don't really give a lot of detail, but they're basically inside some like archive way off in space, and there's like all this lost information in this archive, and they're like delving deep into the secrets of the archive, and they awaken something which is like it's normal to awaken these things, but sometimes when you do they're like malevolent, evil.
Okay.
And this one's like evil, and like they turn it into like these little mini guns, and it comes out and it like takes over one of their ships and crashes it, so it blows up before it can jump to warp space. But then the smaller ship does manage to escape. So it's like this family, the mom and the dad and 2 kids that are awake in the ship, and then a whole bunch of like kids that are in like cryosleep pods.
Right.
And they're kind of like their ship is slightly damaged. They have to like make a call to land on this planet. And they're like, well, I guess we're gonna land on the planet. We don't really have any other choice. And they land down, and they're sort of greeted by this alien race. Like on the way down, you see like castles and like signs of civilization and stuff, right? But it's like medieval style civilization. But instead of people, it's these dogs. The dogs are the people, and they don't work like normal people. An individual is made out of like multiple dogs. So it's like a pack of like 4 or 5 dogs makes up one brain. And so like as they like maybe like certain dogs like die or get replaced, like they take on the memories of the other dogs that join and leave the pack, and it shapes their own personality and way of thinking. If they like bring in like an aggressive dog into the pack, then like it gives them like access to those kind of personality traits that they can use as they want to. And they like communicate like through whistles and like high-pitched communication to like telepathy kind of thing. There's like a big scene where there's like a battle because they like land in, and one of the factions, like one of the kingdoms of the dogs, like decides to attack these invaders who land in this spaceship, and they kill them all, and they like have these giant bows that they operate where like one dog's holding the bow and the other one pulls back the arrow and fires it and stuff, and they've got like these little mini doggy flamethrowers. Well, they kill the family except for like one of them who's unconscious, and a bunch of the dogs die in the process because they've got like space guns and stuff, right? And so it's like this war scene where the main character dog is like had been spying on this battle that's been going on. It's like, we should go. Him and his like acquaintance guy are like, we should go steal the alien that survived. We should sneak in there and steal it. And so they decide to do that, and they're like walking through this like war-torn field full of like these dogs in like this frenzy, and they're like losing their mind in the chaos of the like connected consciousness of these dogs that were like worked up into a frenzy and stuff. Like the whole entire concept is just like, what the heck? Holy crap, that's wild.
It really takes that idea of like, hey, if you met aliens, they'd probably be pretty alien and not just like people.
Right.
It's fun. Beautiful.
Dude, I don't get it. Yeah, all over.
Apparently the inspiration for Rick and Morty.
Oh, really?
That's what Warpig just said.
That wouldn't be
Might have been a
surprising, 'cause
joke,
It's a
but-
very famous book in the like sci-fi community.
Mhm.
I thought that like the concept of the like connected consciousness mind dog was like really wild.
That is pretty nuts.
And they explain it so well into a way that like I'm not very explaining it very well. It makes a lot more sense reading through the book.
Drow.
Just rub it in. It'll be fine. Yeah.
I'm so afraid to paint these two minis. I'm terrified of because at least one of those has to be albino
Okay. So why does that scare you?
because that's scary.
What's scary about it?
Painting tiny albino tieflings?
That was
That's
just
terrifying. Also, look how cute this one's dress is. Got a little charity skirt on.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot to live up to.
I have a snake that's sitting on my thing right now that I want to do albino.
I believe in you. You got it.
You got it. Alright.
You could do no wrong after your most recent.
I mean,
I don't believe
pretty
that's
much
true.
you're killing it, so. We're gonna try and do this, man. What do you
I don't know what's going on with this mini, but it's kick ass.
Oh, it's pretty. That's actually such a good idea. It makes him super cute. With his like giant body. It's just music atmosphere. The thunder outside matches the thunder in the song.
Yeah.
You're getting somewhere.
And how?
He's big green boy.
And drow. That's what I was doing. I was looking up pictures of drow.
You want me to grab the Drow book that I just got? Probably got some cool pictures of Drow.
I think I'm okay.
Yeah,
I appreciate the offer though. I just don't want to get hit. I'm a
Anything-
mess over
Yeah.
here.
I literally was just like thinking the exact same thing earlier when I was like, I'm sure I could get a book. I could
Bro.
just not. I could just not.
Drow. Images. I always forget the drow have white hair. I don't know why I always forget that. It's like the most important part of their personality.
I agree. It is kind of the most important part of their personality. Look at us with our beautiful, beautiful white hair and purple skin. Gorgeous human beings.
I want to play a cleric of Illustre so bad.
What are they?
Illustre is the like goddess that frees the drow.
Oh yeah.
And she's the one where it's like almost all of her actual like clerics are female, and they're all like sword. Like she's the basically the source of blade singing, and like like they're all blade singers and clerics, and like they aren't allowed to use bows because of the whole drow getting tricked into because like she was the one who got tricked into killing the elf king god or whatever with a bow. So they don't use bows, but they have a lot of like culture around like protecting people and like learning how to hunt and gather food and stuff like that. Something like purples, some deep reds, maybe like a gray mix of purple with. Me, oh my. But I really want to play a like an androgynous themed cleric of hers.
Yeah, dude. That'd be awesome. Maybe people start throwing out some more one shots and stuff. He's flying in with them.
This purple is too bright. It's too bright every single time I use it. But I keep coming back. Oh, on the water.
17, 18, 16, 17, 18, 19, 16, 17, 18.
I like those guys. I enjoyed painting those a lot. Is that our last one?
No.
I guess there's probably still the one that Jenny chewed up.
There's some. I think there's 2 or 3 more.
Jeez.
I know I haven't done any of mine yet.
Yeah, I think I've only painted 1 or 2 of mine.
Ooh, that's so nice.
This might be number 2. I don't know.
Oh, it's perfect.
I thought you painted checks already. I don't remember.
These minis are so tiny. Look how teensy this person is.
Yeah.
Like, even compared to just, like, other people minis. Trying to say something?
That's what I was trying to say.
In there in the neck. Yeah.
Right.
Weird association where I always forget about the or I feel like I always forget about the white hair, and I always gray the skin of Drow in my head.
Yeah?
As opposed to it being like as purple as it's supposed to be.
I just have such like vivid depictions of Drow from my like initial exposure to them.
Mm-hmm.
I probably do that with some other stuff though.
I think goblins is a really common one. Depending on what kind of goblins you grow up with.
Yeah. See that?
Like I can't get past like picturing the like World of Warcraft style goblins, the little green dudes, whereas a lot of D&D art will portray them more the like yellow brown style.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of like the way the D&D depicts goblins all the time.
I generally haven't been, but I did get a pretty similar paint scheme to Dreaminets. Okay, I don't know what those
Daemonets.
are. Daemonets.
They're a Warhammer 40k, part of the like dark. No, they're part of Chaos. They're part of Slanesh's faction. They're like these. Slanesh was the god that was born when the elves did too much partying, drugs, and sex, and so they formed a god based off of it. And it went like super evil, and so she's got one of her main faction minions is the Daemonets, which are like
Probably just very similar to the Drow overall.
like evil, like angry demon nudie drow.
Did you say nutty or nudie?
I mean, Drow can be pretty nudie too, to be honest. Oh, I was literally murder fucked into existence by space elves. Yep, that's my favorite phrasing of that.
I don't murder. What does that mean?
The Eldar were like basically space elves, and they like their society progressed to the point where they were all like super well off, and so they're like, well, what do we do now? So they're like, well, what if we just partied really hard? And so they partied harder and harder and harder, and then got into like weirder and weirder partying, and like eventually like fell so far along the like depravity, like I don't know, like normal social construction of like non-Christian sexuality style stuff,
Sodom and Gomorrah stuff.
that they like formed a new evil god based off of it. They like popped into existence and was like, hey, you guys were so evil for so long doing all the stuff you weren't supposed to do, I got to show up, and then wrecked a bunch of havoc.
You have a
There's a better way of
black
explaining
over
all of
there,
that.
correct? They. Oh.
Really not working. I'm doing fine. I think that
There's
one's
literally
working.
like one line on this whole freaking mini. One straight line on the whole mini. Just like, I really don't want to ever have to paint you over again. Like, paint this line over, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like trying to get it. That's why if you're wondering why I'm not
So
talking,
concentrated.
it's because I'm lazy.
Easy,
Just efficient.
just overworked.
Great.
This one goes here. And this one. This one goes right there. Right. This one goes right here. Neat.
Neato. Lines on minis are kind of like eyeliner.
Imnet hide. Will make you happy for Drow. Imnet hide. DW paint. Oh, it's actually just a paint color.
Yeah, everything in Games Workshop GW paints is like orc flesh green and
So it's just like pre-mixed.
yeah,
For a
it's all
stereotype
pre-mixed for
stick.
like stuff. And they have names that make it like
This is
oftentimes
for this thing.
you kind of know what the thing is for, and then you can like mix and match for its content. Like Blood Angels Red is the color that you use for the Space Marine Blood Angels chapter.
But I mean, who would choose Blood Angels? Am I right?
You know what's funny? Lots of people.
I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a very popular faction.
I just,
Very, very-
I just really like stirring up faction wars when I don't have any idea what's going on. Like my favorite thing to do. It's just like walk into a fucking comic book store and it's like, I mean, like who would buy these Marvel comics? And I'm right, and then just leave.
You're evil.
That's me.
There's a faction for that. You decide.
Besides, why would you play Blood Angels when you could play like Space Wolves, which are just like
Cooler Blood Angels.
Vikings?
Whoa.
Whoa, jeez.
Whoa. Y'all are,
Vikings, but in space.
y'all are really pushing it right now.
What do you mean?
I know very little about that world, but there's one thing I know.
the
What's
Blood
that?
Angels are cool.
The
Blood
Blood
for the Blood
Angels are violently cool.
They're cool. I agree. I'm not really a big Space Marine fanboy, but they're pretty cool.
Like, I don't know anything about anything,
Neither do I.
but I'd love for somebody to tell me what faction they think that I fall in.
That's a question for Warpig.
If you had to give us factions,
Are we just Space Marine chapters, or like literally any?
I think any.
Literally any. All right.
I want to be that faction that's like just horribly unlucky. The one that just like everyone's dying all the time and
The Imperial Guard.
no, the one I heard something about them recently. There's something angels maybe, but they're the ones that it's like they're honest. They're like a good. They're the faction of the like Space Marine guys who didn't actually have their morality stripped away, but instead they just like are all constantly losing fights and being slaughtered all the time.
Oh, I don't know enough about Space Marine lore to tell you who that is.
I don't even
Sure
know
it exists.
who, when, or where I listened to that.
Oh, it's literally the one that Warpig's talking about, the Lamenters.
That's the Lamenters. Yeah.
Because when we asked him what faction would be part of, he said, "Well, let me tell you about the Lamenters." And then you went off about the
Yes.
Lamenters. Perfect. We got Ryan's down.
Yeah, because their whole thing, from what I remember, is that like they did the whatever the Space Marine like surgery or ritual or whatever is, but they kept their like sanity and morality, whereas everyone else just loses it. But then they got like cosmically cursed with unluckiness to the point of like they're basically just constantly on the brink of destruction.
That sounds like something that would happen to a people that chose
They
that.
like accidentally aligned themselves with a guy who was really, really nice, but then he turned out to be like a rebel. So the actual Space Marines like came in and culled like half of them, and then they got like abandoned on like a planet where another like 3/4 of them got wiped out. They are a Blood Angel successor. Okay, they're a Blood Angel successor that don't suffer the Black Rage. That's what it is.
I always feel so bad for the Tau. The Tau are just like this alien race that are mostly like, they basically just drive around in mech suits. They're like the mech suit faction.
Okay.
But they're just like this. They grew up super fast and off in this like corner of the universe where no one really noticed that they were there, and so they kind of just missed out on the whole grimdark universe thing. And we're just like, hey guys, we're just now interacting with other factions. Would you guys like to be friends? And they're like, oh wait, it's just the grimdark universe. I think they've made some like recent adjustments so that like their story isn't quite so nice anymore, but I don't know.
Makes sense.
I remember somebody complaining about like they've even ruined the town. Now no one's happy. Okay, sure, guys. But I was
If
like,
they come down there, will you take them? Preach.
TexasTibbers is probably a rogue trader.
Nice.
Why?
Just like a space pirate.
Oh, okay, I'm cool with that. Are they depressing?
I mean, I think everyone's depressing. That's kind of the shtick.
But hey,
But like, at least you
can
can be depressing and cool. That was one of my favorite things in the Outer Worlds. Was the Outer Worlds is very much like a capitalist kind of grimdark setting, but everyone is just like so far gone off the deep end that it's like you have those like people who are trying to be the cool, like flamboyant space pirate. Like, I'm the guy who's on the like magazine serials, but like they're actually just like completely inept, like useless smugglers that don't even get that much of the job right.
So they're oh, what's his name?
The guy from Futurama,
The guy
who's-
from Borderlands.
the guy from Borderlands, the guy from Futurama who's like the space captain, with the blonde guy who's like supposed to be like the Captain Kirk character, but he's just like completely useless. Yeah. They're basically just like a whole bunch of him running around that think they're that cool.
what Guardians of the Galaxy?
Guardians of the I mean, the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy is actually at least useful.
Got another link or video.
Oh, video. We'll have
Video.
to watch that another time, but we'll pull it up.
You want to mute it?
Rogue Trader announcement.
Oh, I'm freaking excited. I think I want a gray. No, I think I go brown. Go brown or go to town. That's what they
Go brown town.
say. Not what they say, I promise.
If your hands are brown, then you can go to town.
No. You need the sound. Okay, we will wait.
We'll watch it after the stream for
Yeah.
sure.
I'm ready.
Hi, puppy. Did you come upstairs so that you didn't have to go into the office?
Are you trying to get to me?
Hi, puppy. I think she's just trying to get anywhere. There you go.
Wait, I'm gonna hide back
Hey,
here. No one's gonna
mother.
find me.
You want to get up on the couch? Danny, come here. Danny. Come here.
No, that's a bad spot.
Oh. Yes, you are
Hey.
very excited. I know, I see you. Get out here. Come on. Get up here.
Oh, sorry about the noise.
Sorry. No, you don't want up there? Fine.
Alright,
The puppies are being puppies.
go lay down. Danny, go lay down.
I need.
She's
Huh?
the spot that Danny found. She's laid out. She's down behind
Yeah.
you on the left.
Get there. Go on. You got it. Oh. Good puppy.
Alright, Warpig, you got a faction for me?
I'm so ready.
There it is. Now they're both up there. I might borrow this bronze. That's cool. Yeah. I think that giving this drow some bronze armor is gonna make it pop a little bit. You know, as all drow want to do, stand out in a crowd.
Yep. Is it a male drow or a female drow?
This one is a male drow. I have a female as well.
I've still got a bunch of those drow that are like 1/10 of the way painted that I bought to run in a particular one shot.
Oh, the ones that you just did, like the black with the purple dry brush on them.
Yeah.
I low-key love those minis.
I low-key hate those.
Why?
I don't like them because they got partially ruined.
Why?
They got ruined by the primer that I
Primer, yeah.
They're one of that giant batch of minis that got partially ruined.
I'm so sorry that happened to you.
Yeah. Even my newer minis that I've primed in black, the black primer just kind of messed. Feels bad, man.
Feels bad, man. I really don't know how I feel about this. I'm so committed though. I'm one grieve in.
Oh, hold on, sorry.
You're already committed.
Dude, you watched something.
I did it. I did follow a couple people on Pinterest, but like,
Let him find his own way.
Dude, it looks amazing.
He found his own way.
You can go your own way. Go your own way.
Me dropping stuff today.
one of those days.
You're hanging out next to me, man.
It's one of those Andy things.
Disappears. Get on the floor again.
Bye.
I was way over there.
And he's like, what is he doing? I don't know. He's okay, I promise. Oh.
And he got such beautiful eyes. Anybody ever tell you that?
I have so much going on in this mini, and it's such a plain boy.
Excited. Excited for someone to do like a one shot or just an anything of just like takes all of those troll minis that all have different styles. All playing as the trolls. That's what we have to do. I remember that we had agreed to that.
Just be doesn't surprise me.
Because there's no one shot that exists where all of these trolls we can fight at once.
We just
Like an arena one shot, maybe.
Yeah, I think we just need to play high level characters and then we could.
Go troll.
Like, I don't think trolls are like super high CR.
They're not crazy. Some of them are.
I like definitely would beat up a bunch of like low level adventurers though.
I was gonna end up with such like secret paladin vibes.
That's what I need to do is make a drow paladin. But he's like still under Lolth. He's a paladin of Lolth.
Evil paladin. Yeah.
So there's two things I haven't talked to you guys in full detail about recently.
Okay.
The Ren Fair and the one shot.
Sure.
So
Y'all have a good night. Look forward to many pics later. Yes, ma'am.
working on it. Oh,
Is he visible?
He's not gonna be visible.
Bedtime for me. See you next time.
Oh, 'cause
Have a
he's
good
green.
night, little pig.
I will finish this wonderful being.
Yes,
this
we'll have
evening.
pics on the Discord.
Yes.
But you were saying Ren Fair for starters.
Ren
Yes.
Fair and the one shot.
The fun shot. Yes.
The one that
I kind of hate this gray. How do I fix it? want to start? You want to start Ren Fair?
That's the easier one, I think.
What you got now? What you gonna give it up?
So it was your all's first time. What were you expecting? What were you not expecting?
I wasn't expecting an entire village. Like in the village, I was expecting an open field with a bunch of tents, not like a physical permanent location.
The last time I went to a Ren Fair, I was too small to be able to process any of the information that was happening. So it basically was about the same comparative size wise.
Oh, I thought that you were saying
'Cause I
it
was
was
a-
the same.
'cause
I
I was,
couldn't
like, a
process any
child.
of it.
And
Right.
so everything, it seemed like it was an entire village. It probably wasn't. But, you know,
That's how child brains work.
that's how child brains work. It was really cool. I mean, I think probably the thing that was most unexpected to me, I expected more LARP and less
Yeah,
shopping.
agreed. I was like, thinking more circusy. You know, it's like we had some like spatterings of like circus acts, like the guy who stood on the chairs and the jugglers and stuff. But I kind of expected that to be like ramped up tenfold, kind of thing. It was just like happening everywhere and like I don't know. Not to say that stuff wasn't good. Like I enjoyed all of that a lot.
Yeah.
But something in my brain was telling me that it was just gonna be like different than. But it was super fun. 10 out of 10 experience. Would definitely do it again.
For sure. And fully intend to do it again.
Just like walking around and seeing people dressed up and like the whole atmosphere of it was really fun.
Had that like anime or game convention vibe of like, these are my people.
These are my people.
That's where I come from.
I don't really-
This life, everything we got.
Invincible.
Go ahead, Colin.
I don't really mind. Oh, you're good. I don't really mind the whole like shopping thing too much. So
Yeah, I definitely don't mind it. It just wasn't what I was expecting, I think. Like, I can walk around cool shops all day, especially if it's my first time at an event like that.
how about you? What do you think?
I think it was the first, honestly, the most surprising thing for me is going to have nothing to do with the fair, of course.
Oh.
Is it was the first time I've ever gone that the weather was perfect. Like, usually I get pretty overheated, you know, and I'm like
Right.
chasing drinks and chasing meat and Italian ice and like things to keep me cool. And this is the first time that I've ever gone in my entire life that it wasn't like that. So that was very, very, very freaking pleasant. Especially since I think it's also the first time that I've ever worn a long sleeve anything to a Ren festival.
Okay, okay.
So I think we got super lucky. Yeah, I mean, I'm very exposed to that particular crowd and that location. I was very lucky that I got to go a lot as a kid. So it's nice, and it's one of the nicer ones it's probably the nicest Ren Fair I've ever been to. Still to this day. I've been to like nicer cons and seen cooler acts and like better improv and better cosplays, but like all of it together at once for the price that it is, like, no, there's really nothing like it. And I love that.
even more. These are my people. Yeah, I think I see how I'm fixing this now. You're my people. Yeah, like the outfits were super amazing. Got me. I didn't buy a whole bunch. I expected to. I took out like $200 and I was just like, if I get one like awesome thing that I really have to have, I'm gonna actually buy it for myself. I didn't end up doing anything, but I did kind of commit myself to like getting some Ren Fair style outfits working, because I actually want to DM, like when I start DMing Icewind Dale, I want to have like some outfits, you know what I mean?
That's kind of how I felt going into. I was like, I'm committing myself to not spend over this amount of money. I'm gonna like, this is what I'm gonna do, and like, I'm probably gonna buy this thing, and I'm probably gonna buy that thing, and I bought like almost nothing, which surprised me. Not in a bad way, but like, it surprised me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I think those are kind of my my like big immediate thoughts on it. Like it was a super awesome experience. Definitely want to go again. Definitely want to like dress up for going again. Very similar to like my experience with like Akon and all that, where it was just like, okay, next time we're cosplaying, and also this was really cool. Let us do it again soon.
How do I do this?
How to reach these keys. Ugh.
I want to make this a non-metallic without stripping any of the goodness from it.
But the goodness is the glitter, and the glitter is what makes it metallic. I don't understand.
30, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
I think I'm about to make this traveler just like real quick and easy. Even though the mini seems super detailed, it's actually not all that super duper detailed. Despite how small it is.
Yeah, I think the worst part is I just need to cover it with like black.
Any more Ren Fair thoughts?
I still have a deep passion and love for elephants. It's so strange because like I'm such a bear person and I love bears a lot, but I also just like another big one of my favorite animals is elephants.
That experience was pretty cool. I'd never been on an elephant before. I would have liked to hung out with him or her longer.
Cool. Definitely looked like a pretty fun deal.
How come you didn't go?
Yeah. I'm honestly not that much of a like go up and touch the animals kind of person.
Yeah.
I'm very much a like get lost in the majesty of nature kind of person, but like I can go to a farm and be like, man, it's fucking gorgeous here, and not want to go pet the cows. I just don't actually have like any desire in my heart to go pet the cows most of the time. Which I know is weird, but
That's not weird.
and it's not even like a like cleanliness or a grossness sort of thing. It's just like, nah, man, I'm good. Let that elephant like do its thing. Instead of me going and ride that elephant, just let that elephant like pull leaves off the tree for 5 minutes.
I'll pay
Yeah.
$20 to let it just hang out for and take a break for 20 for a ride.
So I definitely feel that. I was really against like riding animals and petting zoos and all of that for a really long time
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't want to like why pay the company that's holding the animal hostage or like forcing it to do labor or like all that stuff. I totally get those vibes, but there's just like a point in me as a child who's like, man, if I overthink this, I will never ever ever touch an elephant in my life.
Right.
As there's no like I'm not going to an elephant sanctuary in Africa on a trip. You know, like there's so little opportunity.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm on the opposite side of the coin, where it's like I have the same initial feeling, but then the backup feeling is that like I actually don't necessarily care about touching the elephant all that much.
Yeah.
Whereas you hit the breaking point, and you're like, no, I care about touching the elephant. I want to go touch the elephant. I hit that breaking point. I'm like, okay, honestly. And I think importantly, like, I feel like the thing that is the most important to stress out of that is that, like, I never feel like I'm missing out in that situation. Like, I never am just like, oh man, but like, maybe if I like, I have no FOMO, I have no like jealousy or envy in those situations. I'm just like, I'm glad y'all got the opportunity to do that. That's really fucking cool.
Okay.
Oh,
Meanwhile, I have the biggest FOMO in existence.
You do have a very big FOMO. Okay, I think this dude is straight chilling from here. I'm probably gonna do the dry brush wash classico, but
Dude, yeah. It's perfect.
once the brass touched his armor, I was like, I have to commit to this just because it's weird.
It's so pretty. It's a pretty armor color.
That's your brass, I think.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
I do like the metallics.
Or your
from-
bronze, that's it.
From this paint line is the metallics are really good.
Mm-hmm. He's
This color
chilling.
is real nice, especially with all the dark shadows and stuff.
Mhm.
Ugh. Need to use that more. How is this supposed to fit on? This doesn't really make any sense. It's supposed to go like.
What to do?
Supposed to go like. This.
How do you guys feel about the one shot? What are your thoughts and things? Tell me your secrets,
Tell me
Magic Man.
Which magic man?
So I think it was a really good experience. I enjoyed it. I like the setting. I'm kind of surprised that I liked the setting, or the setting didn't make me too uncomfortable, because I'm not a huge cold person, and I actively like. I know that while I was playing it, I was just like shivering.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just because you're talking about these things and my brain goes, trauma, remember it, feel it. So there's a lot of that I was like, oh, how bad is this gonna be? And it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. So I liked it more than what I thought, which was
That's
nice.
very good. I almost feel like there's a certain aspect of like the cold being so extreme that like it's not relatable, so it kind of becomes an alien thing.
But I have been in 50 below, and once you hit, there's like a point where it's like once you hit a certain point, there's not a lot difference
Right, that makes sense.
between your daily life and what you're wearing and what you're putting on. Like
Right.
there's just not a whole lot of difference past a certain point.
Like -100 and -50 are kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Basically.
And your life is the same.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was a nice surprise.
That is very nice.
Super love the whimsy. Super loved the honestly, I know that if we stepped out of bounds, that we would die. Like that sort of feeling. Like it hasn't hit yet because it didn't feel too threatening because it wasn't our permanent characters.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that it's there, which is
It's also
cool.
very nice. I felt like it worked out almost better than I could have planned or could have hoped, of like getting the themes across and getting the the general ideas and feelings of like being in that situation across, where it's like there could literally be a Yeti 10 feet from you, and I promise you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I think it's also like super healthy for us to be able to preview some of the thatness, that bit.
Yeah. And that was the thing that I liked about it a lot, as I like kind of put the finishing touches through it, was the like the ability for it to work as a preview or as like an intro, that like, whereas a lot of people complain about that intro because it doesn't necessarily match the tone of the rest of the setting, where it's like, yeah, there's goofiness and there's whimsy, but like those first couple of levels, especially for player characters like in D&D 5th edition, those first couple levels are really the important levels to like drive home the fact that they're like could be a Yeti 10 feet from you, and that's a TPK if there is. Like those are kind of those early levels where it's the best and the kind of the only time that you can like do that kind of stuff. And so wasting quote unquote those levels on like whimsical things that pose no real threat, like a lot of people were real turned off by that.
A lot of people in the community.
A lot of people in the community, yeah. I definitely think that there's plenty of room for both, but I agreed as those quests were written that one would have been a bad intro. Oh. Yes, sir. Spotted up. I don't know why I sometimes super care about bases, and other times I'm just like, fuck it, leave it white.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give a damn.
I also feel that.
I think that there was definitely like there was only a couple of parts that like felt kind of like clunky or slow, and it was like the mostly towards the end where it was like kind of like you guys were unsure and I was unsure of like how you guys were going to handle like morality situations, and it was just like, okay, I don't know how much are we like forcing this, like specifically towards the end with that with the last like Elva encounter, where it was like Robert was like, we can just sell these things to you, we can do that, and I was just like, okay, maybe one of the other ones are gonna speak up, or I don't know how I'm actually going to like approach this situation here. Like if someone's going to like be, oh no, we don't want to sell the
Meat
things, the meat meeps, or oh yeah, we should totally go sell the meat meeps. And so that was kind of an interesting, unique circumstance. I felt like that was like, we kind of stalled out here. I'm just gonna do the like, this lady's in a rage and doesn't want to split the bill.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I like kind of like from a distanced standpoint, right? Not actually there in the moment, not actually playing it out. I kind of sit towards the mind that like I think it's totally fine for the players to kind of like have those moments to kind of like figure out their morality, not figure out their morality, but just like have those moments where it's like not quite as expected, like the things don't really go as you had planned.
Right.
I don't know, like something a little bit twists me wrong about that,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know, like it's not a very real feeling for me to like feel twisted about that. It's just kind of like there's like a little nagging piece in the back of my head
Right.
that's like, you should care about that thing. I'm like, do I actually care about the thing? I don't know.
And it's one of those things where like in the situation, right, it was like Robert's character, like I knew it was late in the night, so everyone was kind of like more non-responsive than they normally would be. Robert's character was like kind of popping off doing a Robert character sassy voice thing, and like your character had like actually said something and was like, well, it looks like we're in a disagreement, like we're gonna be duking this out here. And I was like, okay, yeah. And then it was like Erie's character was like probably the most on the fence, and just kind of because of the situation, like the circumstances didn't completely allow for everyone to speak up, which is also kind of a weird thing where it's like if your character were to care about this thing, they would actually care about this thing for sure. Because I know that Erie, you said after the fact that it was like my character would have absolutely sold them, except for the fact that they saved our lives. That meant that like he absolutely would not on that.
Yeah.
I don't know where my character would have like after we got saved, it was definitely in the boat of like, these things are just like part of the nature, man. Like I feel like he's one of those characters that would potentially like he could fish one of those up. Like he's not necessarily a throw it back kind of fisherman,
Right.
because he's a I'm living off the land kind of fisherman. He can't really afford to do that.
Right.
But then like in those situations where like they did him a solid, like he's gonna probably lean more towards like doing him a solid kind of thing.
Right.
But not, I don't know that he would ever really force the issue. I don't know. Like he's not a convictionless character.
Right.
What does that mean?
It means he's not a character that has no like drive or no morals or no decision making. Like he can make decisions. He's not a nothing character, right? He's not an empty character who has no opinion on things or no care about what we do or anything.
Right.
Okay.
It was just about like figuring out those kind of things that he does care about on the fly or whatever. I don't know. It was a good moral situation to get put into. I liked it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to make this dude's muscles pop, and I don't know.
I think he could hold in his brain the idea of, on one hand, hunting a Yeti, and on the other hand, getting rescued by Yetis, and like hold both of those worlds just fine and be like, yeah, I mean, it's just the way the things go, kind of thing.
Right.
So, if you take away the cuteness factor, not that Yetis aren't cute, but let's see. I did mention before, and like the blue-eyed character, he was for me the linchpin of like the entire like one shot feeling like it was real, because he made the one shot feel like it was part of a universe that mattered.
Yeah.
Like things that were happening, and that was that's a really big feeling for me. So I really like that.
He is a super great character, and he in the building of that one shot, he was the linchpin of like, he was the turning point of like, oh no, yeah, now I can like do all of these, everything like comes together here, because I was kind of like floating in that like, you know, I'm trying to like figure out how to put conflict into this situation, and outside of just like making people walk around and interact with things, and like a little bit of more worldliness and a little bit more of like bigger than thou conflict a little bit, or like even conflict that wouldn't necessarily get resolved in the one shot. And once I had the idea of throwing him actually into the mix, it was like, oh yeah, this is so nice. And like also throwing in like having a person you can talk to that throws in lore of like the children of the midwinter night, and like how that's actually a big deal. And because like in world, that's actually just like kind of common knowledge, is like, no, yeah, there's this like lesser deity who like, this is kind of her day, her priests come out and do shit on this day, and children that are born on this day like don't have to wear coats in the winter. And it would be like super common knowledge, but for those knowledgeable, they know that kind of stuff.
I did like getting to play a character who was from the area, but it didn't really have much of an impact. But he was like that. I feel like that played out very well.
Yeah,
There's multiple scenarios where I was just like, yeah, like this doesn't really matter all that much. So it doesn't put extra burden on my DM to like answer all these questions that I should know the answer to. That felt good.
I'm looking for...
What is it? What are you searching for? I think I have some extra Scarby tickets if you're interested in another visit. Don't look at me.
I did it! Do you know, is there like a particular day? Or is it like open ticket? Because I think we've only got one day in the next like,
You have the pokey thing?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we're busy this weekend.
Yeah, we're completely gone this weekend. I think there's one. Oh. Oh. Wait, I'm supposed to shoot first. I believe they are any dates. And when does it end? Is it Memorial Day weekend that it ends? Or is it the weekend after? Yeah, I don't have my phone, which is why I'm like, ugh.
The calendar.
Yeah, I literally am like, let's look at the calendar. Okay, come on. Also, there would have to be, I think, 4. Oh no. Alright. Sirs.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just gave it to you. There it is. Memorial Day is open for 3-day weekend.
Oh, do we get a 3-day weekend coming up? Like at work?
Sounds like it. If we have Memorial Day weekends coming up, then we absolutely do.
Can't remember which holidays we get and which ones we don't.
I think
Great.
Memorial Day we for sure get.
Would y'all want to? I honestly, do either one of you have a calendar?
Yeah, I gotta go.
And then we'll take a look. So I would totally be down.
Here you go.
Okay. Month. Holy yeah. Okay. So here we go. I'm sorry.
It wasn't you, it was me.
So yeah, this weekend is a no. Next weekend is what is this big giant? Ooh, next weekend's Cajun Fest. So that's no, because we already made
Plus
plans.
our
Oh, plus
shots.
Mother's Day. And it's also y'all getting her shots. And then the 22nd is the ranch. So the only weekend that we would be able to go without looking at the actual calendar would be the weekend of the 15th. I think. Attack.
If only there were electronic devices around. If only.
Yeah. I think the only thing I'd have to check is it would be the weekend of the 15th to make sure nothing else is. Oh no, I messed up.
Why'd you do that?
This is too bright. I'll have to put this. But yeah, would y'all be willing to go back out or wanting to go back out?
I'd be probably willing if that was something that you were super wanting to do.
I know. So I think the thing is, the caveat is, if Melissa would like to go, Robert would probably not go again this year. I'd have to ask. I'd have to see. Which means as soon as we get out, that's what I will do. I will let you know.
Oh, it's open from May 31st. I didn't realize.
Yeah, May 31st is Memorial Day weekend.
Saturdays, Sundays, and Memorial Day Monday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And
Yeah, I wouldn't have a ton to do or see there. Probably, I don't know. I'm generally kind of a one and done on a lot of that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, and it's also I think the difference is if you guys had stuff to cosplay, because I know we were just talking about that.
Yeah, if I had another outfit I was dying to wear, I would so be there.
But I think the big thing is it was really hard for us to go to begin with, because I had to have my sister come over and watch my dogs for me, because it's an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes there, an hour and 20 minutes back, and we went out for the full day, and so I had to make plans.
Why am I making my life difficult?
Because it would cost to have them.
First one is for seeing, and the second one is for drinking.
I mean, honestly. Let's talk to Robert. See it, because I know that there's something I don't think we have an open weekend in May, because I know the Bragg Ranch is the 22nd weekend, and Jamie's weekend is the first weekend, and then there's Cajun Fest with Nikki and Chris and Mother's Day, and I think that there's something else.
That might be the only weekend that we have open, though. So, actually have open for us coming up, but not sure. It looked like it was, essentially.
Well, I know that there was plans made with Robert's side of the family and plans made with mine. I just don't know which days are which days.
Yeah.
But I freaking appreciate it.
Yeah.
Even so, and I'll let you know, by tomorrow. I'll message you. Because I'll be able to actually, look at the account. My phone's dead.
That's why the struggle is so prominent. 'Cause it's fresh on the mind.
It is. Also, do you cosplay? Not just she's extra. Do you cosplay when you're out there? If so, if you got any pictures, you want to post them.
Phone isn't charging? No, I think she just forgot to charge it.
It's legit one, our internet was so bad today, and I don't know why, other than
It's been bad
storms.
the last couple days. I'm not gonna lie to you.
All right.
I had a
Yeah.
point today where if I rolled, if I was in my bed, if I rolled left, I had no internet service. If I rolled right, I had some.
His wings are still drying. So don't touch his wings. But
Damn, son. Where'd you find this?
in a box.
That's sick. His wings are sick, dude.
They're really big on the like my wings have holes thing.
They are
I don't
really into that.
I don't really get that personally, but like I'm down. It's fine. Well, it's kind of weird. Like, why does his wings got holes, man?
Why not? I didn't actually mean to show you. I was just like letting it dry.
I dress up, but don't have a
I like
character.
it.
Super fair. Tibbers has a character that's like been evolving over the years, so
Yeah, it's so weird.
Oh yeah, you wanna
Um,
do the vision
Yeah.
enhancer button.
vision enhancer button.
Enhance.
Ari, will you be able to
Yeah.
bring the mini over? Hello. It's in my
Come
mouth.
on Come on over. Okay, I don't have anything on my
bring it.
hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty dope.
Fucking sick, dude. Holy wings, Batman. Agree. Enhance.
How many years do you think it'll be for you
Take to paint that mini.
2 to 3 probably.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, when I grew up like going to Scarborough, I like got into cosplaying and going to fairs like pretty early. And I don't know if I was like a gypsy or a wench first, but I think I was a I think I was a
The bar wench was when you went with Robert.
no, that was like way later. That was pirate.
Nah.
I looked like a wench, but I was definitely a pirate.
I remember Melissa talking about you guys being her wenches.
Yeah, that's just her being rude. I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. No, so it like also hi mom. How are you?
Mom.
Do you have graveyard
Mom.
bone?
Yeah,
I'm just
probably.
jealous.
Safe to assume I have graveyard bone at any given time.
But yeah, it's and then it like evolved into like I'm gonna get a job and I'm gonna become a winch and then I'm gonna become a pirate and then I like showed up as a princess and I was like, all right, this princess life just ain't for me. So I'm gonna probably next time I have to show up, I'm gonna have to get rid of this garb and become a rogue or something. Escape from the castle.
Seems
Hi,
like
Mom.
a good
How
plan to
are
me.
you? How's your life?
You said Bragg Branch 3 times and it summoned her.
Yeah, I did. Do you have any scissors somewhere? Can I borrow? Yeah, you're the best. The queen will knight you. I hope not. I really found out this last time. I'm just not.
Not meant for that
I'm not
mainstream life.
I'm not.
People are like milady.
Yeah, I got milady.
I'm not a milady.
I got miladied so hard. You're doing good. Well, that's good. I know it's kind of somber and sad, but do you by chance have any more information or know when the funeral will be? Weird place to ask, but someone in my family died yesterday. One of my cousins. And there's not a whole lot of news. But it's bad. Well, I hope you have some wonderful sleeps. We will be here,
Not sleeping.
not sleeping.
We're getting storms. Yeah, we are too. I think it's mostly blown over by now, but oh shit. I just realized I have to paint an entire crossbow on this lady. What the heck? Nobody told me.
No info yet. That's alright. Dude, here's the thing. Granville was a freaking amazing dude. He was funny as heck. And really sweet. Getting some storms. Well, we are also getting storms here. It's been thundering and lightning and raining all day.
Pardon me.
Very, very frightening. Galileo. Galileo Figaro. It's so hard to paint this many. The little details.
They are surprisingly detailed.
There's another storm coming now. I'm honestly, there's supposed to be a lot of bad weather this weekend, and I'm kind of lucky to be getting out of town. Maybe, we'll see.
Wait, what's it? Oh yeah, you're going to see King.
Yeah.
Yummy. What do you think about that?
I'm freaking ecstatic, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm pretty tired already from the work week. But come Friday, I'm gonna be pretty exhausted. I'm gonna need some good rest.
No rest for the wicked. No. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Speaking of wicked. Alright. I'm packing up.
I mean, speaking of rest,
I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna eat my brownie.
You see what I got on Drow Lady so far?
Yeah, I do. This companion to Drow Man?
Possibly. And this is finished Drow.
They're so tiny.
They're so
Look,
tiny.
Her legs are like toothpicks.
They are.
Literally toothpicks.
This is completed Drow. I think that's good stuff on this floor.
You took that a little bit. She's turned out pretty good too. I like her black pants.
Yeah.
Good design choice. Good.
I can't decide if I'm doing eyes, man. It's like the worst.
I'm anti-eyes.
You could try it, and if it doesn't work, paint green over the top of it.
Damn straight.
Alright, well, we're trying it out.
Hadley says goodnight, Hadley.
Good night. Good night, I miss you. A whole bunch. Also, I love you and hope you have a thankful Thursday tomorrow.
Colin waving. Being a ham.
I haven't met a single human being that talks or thinks or knows Hadley and doesn't immediately go like, "Hi, Hadley." Man.
Time is it?
Game time.
Oh.
Time for me to do his left eye. I miss you too. Cute. 10:45.
10:45. Thank you.
You're honestly like the most. How are you? How's your Ren festival going? How's work going? How's your health? How's your GF? What if I just leave the whites of his eyes white?
That's what they're there for, right?
Let me see, and don't add
Leaving
it.
this other half here.
Okay, I believe in you.
Brownie. It's brownie time. You know what time it is? It's time for brownie. It's brownie time. No, I want this purple. You need to bring it around on the clock a little bit. Up on the choker.
Okay. Not that mad. I'm not that mad about it. Chill about it. Work is mad. How? Meh. 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 Huh? Meh. Work is okay, other than allergies and scurry. Dude, I can only imagine going out there every single weekend. Working it is just exhausting. But also, like, the
That'd be
thing.
super fun at the same
Yeah, the thing that you look forward to. So is there like a particular group of people or like a set of performers
Hang out
or
with the Vikings.
Are you the one with the weird baby chariot thing? Walks around going, Daddy.
Break down and play the rest of the day. You wanna see Drow Lady?
that is a lane act? Her hair is cool.
She's
I
so
love it.
tiny. And this is the finished Drow boy.
Drow boy is very. I love the color of the cloak.
Look, I think turned out really good. I'm gonna try to add some like white to this cloak. I think it's dry first.
Let's see.
Work with the shop there, Pendragon costume. Pretty sure we went by that shop. I
I'm
don't
pretty sure we
remember.
went in that shop.
I don't remember.
I don't think there was.
I was
a
super
shop
into
that
the
we
costume
didn't go
shops,
into.
honestly, because I was there without a costume, so I was like, ooh, look at all of this fancy stuff. There's so much possibilities.
I'm pretty sure. And
She has a better idea than I do. I have no memory. Flip script.
we're gonna see how this goes. I'm a little hesitant.
I believe in you.
It's the first thing that I've done to this mini that I'm a little hesitant on.
Super believe in you.
Huh. Also, speaking of auto corrections and such, you want to know what I did today for the first time in my entire professional life?
Oh, I know what you did today for the first time in your entire professional life, but I'm gonna ask, what did you do today for the first time in your entire professional life?
Instead of typing as, A-S, I typed ass. A-S-S. Directly with the client. Luckily, they didn't say anything. But still felt bad.
Mistakes happen.
Also, Freudian, if you could stop, I would appreciate it. That person was being a real ass. As in badass could be. Cute. I mean, I've done some pretty like notable things in my professional careers, in my professional grown-up life that are pretty noteworthy, like sending my face to like 900 people a picture of me because I was supposed to respond with a picture of myself for this like big group.
Oh, I remember when this happened too.
Yeah, and I just sent, and it was a picture of me being like, and
I mean, at least it wasn't like something worse than your face.
yeah. But the director was definitely like, all right, y'all, just don't do what Erie did. Don't reply all, please.
I mean, if you can't laugh at yourself, phone.
But everyone's got to do it at once. Oh no, it was a Tyler, yeah. It was before I moved positions. Or before I moved to this department and team. It was pretty wonderful.
Pretty wonderful.
Not gonna lie, I'm pretty much the most well-known person because of my stupid face. People literally come up to me at like company events and be like, "Oh, you're," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's me."
Okay, did you finally get uncomfortable, Mama?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm not mad about it. I think I did a good service to myself. I chose a good color combo. No.
I might also be getting somewhat close when I finish these minis off here to
Being done,
something
Ski?
that might resemble being done.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just finishing these little rocks. And then I'm probably gonna slap a ceiling on this one and call it
That's the
quits.
ceiling to do as well, but yeah, I think she's gonna be pretty good.
You
I just
excited?
need the wash here.
The first minis that you pulled out tonight were dope, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think you did a fantastic job.
These two were a lot more simple, but they still turned out pretty nice. They're so tiny that like it's almost impossible. Like even if they had details, it would just be impossible to put any details on them.
Also, I sat down with a mini in mind, and I was like, all right, now I'm gonna glue this mini. And so in the meanwhile, I'm
You got
gonna work.
distracted with some other minis, and then
No, I'm gonna work on this other mini, and then the guide the mini
yeah,
boat. Which I could do it on another day, you know, but then I might forget.
true,
So instead of forgetting, I might as well just do it now.
true that.
Add a friend, a 4 to all of your friends. Don't buy gas. Oh man, sir, jeez. The chainmail doll.
Hmm?
To the entire corporation. Luckily, there's not a whole lot of those. You know, that make it to the entire corporation. There are a few, but it's usually coming from like HR or marketing or payroll.
Not stuff you would normally reply to. All right, there she is.
That's cool. I'm gonna wait for the gloss because it's kind of honestly, it looks good with the gloss and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
With the sealant, but I really like it when your sealant settles down.
Right when the wash settles in. I think we had a real successful day of mini ponting.
Oh yeah. See, I had started this lovely kinku, and didn't really get to finish it.
We'll get there eventually. Today was a good day. Didn't have to use my AK.
Most people who own AKs say the opposite. Usually when they get to go to the range and actually shoot their like collections and stuff, they're like, today was a good day. I got to go shoot my
use my AK.
Yeah.
I mean, getting to use your AK and not having to use your AK are very different things.
True.
If something is forcing you to use your weapon, it'd be very different. There's a lot of sealant.
God, do you know how badly it would hurt to have these things all over your body?
I mean, it's probably about the same as like just having hair or something to them, right?
These things are hard though.
Yeah, but they're just part of the thing. Like, do you think turtles hate having their shells?
Yeah, but they like grow these over time. Do turtles, at a certain point, you don't feel your teeth, right? Like you grow your teeth and then they're your teeth.
Yeah, it's probably the same thing as that, right?
No, these look like they continuously grow.
Right. I mean, so does your nose.
Your nose continuously grows.
Yeah, your nose never stops growing.
Oh, gross. I'm grossed out.
That's why people who have like perfect proportions in high school always grow up to be ugly. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them.
Is that true? That your nose doesn't stop growing?
Yeah, why do you think old people have such big noses?
What?
It's, I think your nose and your ears just continue to grow.
It's a famous hip hop song.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, the nose growing part,
No,
or
the AK thing, I think. I've heard that line a couple of times before. I've heard that line just recently, like today, I think.
This is not the one I'm supposed to be using. This is the one I'm supposed to be using. Jeez.
You have any final thoughts as we get ready to
Honestly, I was just
sit off into the
thinking.
abyss?
I think we're killing it. I think we're consistently crap. I think we're
Consistently crap. You heard it here first, everybody.
I mean, pretty much. Like, there are just some days where I feel like crap, and that's when you go to somebody else's channel and they're killing it that day.
See, our nose and our ears are made of cartilage. While many people mistakenly believe that cartilage never stops growing, fact is cartilage does stop growing. However, cartilage is made of collagen and other fibers that begin to break down as we age, that result in drooping. First Google result says no on the nose growing, but it does droop.
Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Thank God. My brain isn't actually broken.
I was always told.
Do I paint the nails?
It's up to you. Bugaboo. Oh, I love his eyes.
Yeah.
He looks so happy.
He's a happy boy. He's a happy.
A happy guy. A happy guy. A happy guy.
I am gonna paint his nails.
How can you be that happy without having your nails painted?
He's happy because his nails are painted.
Damn straight. And a happy guy.
All right. From 9:30 until 11, I finished this big ass mini.
Big ass mean.
Also, I don't know if you're gonna be able to see him.
You're not. You're definitely not going to be able to see
because of
it.
the green screen.
You're gonna have to tune in to the Discord to see the beautiful.
I'm so ready to see what this looks like on the green screen.
Hit you with that zoom in. Bonk. You can see my invisible minis while we're here.
Oh yeah.
I don't think, you know, he's wearing like a cloak of concealing. He's wearing an elven cloak. He's got sealant on him. That's what he's a little bit wet. But we'll have pictures on the Discord, and also my pictures will be going up on to Paradox Mini on Instagram. That's what I've been told.
On Instagram, boy. Oh. Can you really? It's just like getting rid of it. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, he's just invisible.
It's all green.
You can see the highlights, which is kind of cool, actually. All right.
Yeah, this will be on Discord. It'll be dope. I promise it won't be skipped.
Do you have someone that you want us to send it to?
Yes. If I had a phone.
Let me see who I got on my
Also, if any of you guys have a guide the raid.
Are you wanting to go specifically to a making and crafter, or do you want to just like maybe send it to someone in the squad-ish?
Let's send it to a makers and crafter.
Okay.
Let me try.
Like, I mean, Mildred's online.
Oh. Ooh, you know what?
Yeah.
Because Love Gun. If you want to appreciate a Twitch streamer, I think you would really like Mildred.
True,
They actually is sweet. I think that's someone that. They actually just really
So
good.
/raid Mildred
Oh, I get that.
sounds good.
Yeah.
Send it on my end, and that will have to automatically send because I can't actually send it from here. Or I'll just go send it. Mildred sounds hood. His rap out. Oh, are we whispering?
Huh?
I don't know.
Why are we whispering? Oh,
Because we don't know how to use stage voices.
Because.
Hey, thanks for hanging out. We're gonna send this raid ×3, and we're gonna post these minis, and that'll be us for today. We'll be back tomorrow with some Throwback Thursday, probably. Deuces.
Astas.